Hey, this is my unboxing video that I'm doing for the product I bought from my Out Forever's channel. I bought the coffee mug, and here it is. Sorry there's a glare from the screen, but lots of bold, crisp, beautiful colors, inside and out, high quality ceramic. I absolutely love it. So y'all go check out his website. It's got a lot of fun, fresh designs. And cheers to you, Shaka, and all of your endeavors. Peace.
All right. Hey, brother Donnie Williams. See, you got your mail.
Yeah, yeah. What's up, Shaka? I was gonna do just I know it's a serious topic, but I was gonna do a little
Oh no, I appreciate that, bro. I'm
unboxing.
glad.
So
I'm glad. Yeah, yeah. Live
yeah, man.
unboxing, bro. You don't mind if I use this excerpt, like as a clip, my
No,
intro?
no,
Oh,
it's all
thank you,
good.
thank you. And
Yeah.
for those who wonder, I'm gonna share the link. All right, that's lovely.
Yeah, I got the Heather Gray. Oh man, yeah,
Oh, you got the
I
Kemet
didn't,
shirt as well. Okay,
yeah. I didn't know it had that on the back
in the
though.
back. Yeah,
Yeah, that's nice. That's what's up,
that's
man.
lovely. Oh, thank you. I
So
appreciate that.
yeah. So just letting you know, just coming through, showing some support real quick, man. I'm about to get back into this Netflix film. So um, just wanted to say peace, man, and thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, brother.
Okay.
Our sister RP is in the place to be. What's up, sister?
E.T. Sin E. How you doing?
E.T. Senate E. I'm doing Nefer.
Oh, great, great. Um, well, I got it today. I was thinking it was coming from France, but then I did the tracking and it was outside actually when I went to check, and here it is.
Oh, that's what's up. It's just like my hat. That's what's up. Let me,
Yeah,
let me do the solo layout. There it is, brothers and sisters. That's
yeah.
what's up.
I really like this. Yeah, so I have an after school program that I help facilitate. And I'm going to wear this because we're going to start talking about coding. So I'm going to
Okay.
use this as an introduction because this is a code. It's
Mm,
ancient code, but it's still a code. And then we're going to be able to, demonstrate. I'll be able to demonstrate to them the meanings inside each of the, glyphs and stuff. So, but yeah, I was looking online and I was like, this is actually like really good designs, So as soon as I get some more, extra money, I'm gonna get the matching hat, and I want to get a Ma'at shirt. But I really like the Kemet one to start with. Yeah, so it's really good, and the prices ain't bad either. So
thank you very much. I appreciate that. I
yeah,
appreciate that.
but you
Donnie
know what?
Williams wrote. Yes, go ahead,
Hmm?
sister. Go ahead, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that boonie cover, the hat. I don't know what they call. I call it a boonie cover. I really like that with the
The bandana?
nah.
Oh,
It's
the cover, the protection cover thing.
yeah, it goes all the
Yeah.
way around. That's the one I want to get next too. Yeah.
You. Oh, do you mean that?
It's a hat that I don't know what they call it. It's like a
Oh,
beach
like a
hat.
beanie low, like
Yeah.
a hat for winter, like.
Or that you would wear if it's sunny, but it goes all the way around.
Oh yeah, I get it. I get it. Oh, okay. I didn't even know that was added. you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
All
like
right.
that one
Okay.
too. But
Okay.
yeah, I
Okay.
got it. Proud owner of my own my Out
Kemet shirt.
Forever shirt. Kemet. Yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Well, let's do a microphone check first of all. Make sure you can hear me well. I have an ad. Okay, how is it now? Oh, yes, indeed, it was all the way up. Good. Hotep Senuela Senut E Tiren E. Shakanduku Kemet, I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Slavery in Ancient Egypt? Question mark. Who's in the place to be? Texas Bama is in the place to be. Donnie Williams is in the place to be. And Texas Bama lets me know that she can hear me. Thank you. Initially, this live stream was scheduled for 5 p.m. EST, but I decided to go live earlier. So I'm quite happy because the brother to Real let me know about a papyrus that I was unaware of, and it happens to be the longest known papyrus from ancient Egypt. Now let's have a look together. Oh, misspelled it, but it's okay. So for all purposes, Bennett is in the place to be, Hotep. For all purposes, here's the link. You have it there in the chat. Papyrus Harris First is also known as the Great Harris Papyrus, and less accurately simply the Harris Papyrus, though there are a number of other papyri in the Harris collection. Its technical designation is Papyrus British Museum EA 9999. At 41 meters long, it is the longest known papyrus from Egypt, with some 1,500 lines of text. It was found in a tomb near Medinet Habout across the Nile River from Luxor, Egypt, and purchased by collector Anthony Charles Harris. In 1855, it entered the collection of the British Museum in 1872. Its editio princeps is the 1876 facsimile of an Egyptian hieratic papyrus of the reign of Ramesses III, published by the British Museum. So it is in this text that we have the quote. Yes, the quote that the brother to Real has brought to our attention. The hieratic text of the papyrus consists of a list of temple endowments and a brief summary of the entire reign of King Ramesses III of the 20th dynasty of Egypt. Ramesses III claims to have captured hundreds of thousands of foreign slaves. And here's the quote. I brought back in great numbers those that my sword has spared, with their hands tied behind their backs before my horses, and their wives and children in tens of thousands, and their livestock in hundreds of thousands. I imprisoned their leaders in fortresses bearing my name, and I added to them chief archers and tribal chiefs, branded and enslaved, tattooed with my name, their wives and children being treated in the same way. I'm sorry. There's a book that I've shown by an author called Pierre Grandet, an Egyptologist, a PhD, and it is here. And that book cost over $200. Bennett wrote, I wonder what rendition of this Chief X will bring. LOL. So here we have Abbey Books. And you can see it is at $253. The reason why it's so expensive is because it is no longer in print, so it is considered rare. Initially, it was about 30 euros. There was another website that sells it. Now, actually, it both comes from the same library. But here the price is 230. See that? 230 euros. And if you look at the name of the library, you will realize that it is the same. So whoever gets it on the other website, it will no longer be available. I tried to look for a cheaper version. I wanted to go to the French National Library this morning, but on Mondays it opens at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. was the time I started work. So I wanted to see how it looks inside if we have the hieroglyphic transcript. Otherwise, there's no point, you know. But anyway, I have shared, or actually shown, I don't remember if I shared the link. There is a German translation. Okay, not translate. Okay. There's a hieroglyphic transcript in a German text, you know, done. But anyway. So what I want to show, another PhD. But there was slavery in ancient Egypt. He wrote a paper about it. I'm halfway through the text. The text is called Slavery and Servitude by Antonio Loprieno. I'm going to share the link and we're going to have a look at this scholarly text. There you have the link. You better wrote, I'll chip in, Chaka. But I think after I finish, I will just end the stream and try to get some rest because I'm getting a bit exhausted because of the time difference and all. Now, that's one of the main reasons I decided to go early, because if I would have waited for 5 p.m. EST, which is 11 p.m. 11 p.m. my time, I would have been dozing off, probably most likely, because I started getting, But anyway, you have an option to download the PDF. See here, download PDF. As a matter of fact, I'll try on another page. So, PDF, download a link. Those who wonder who Loprieno is, first time I heard about him is when I made a video, what is the meaning of Kemet? This part 1 and part 2. And he's one of the scholars that I've quoted. So for all purposes, a picture of him right here, dated 2018. Antonio Loprieno, born 1955 in Bari, southern Italy, that is a Swiss-Italian Egyptologist and professor of history of institutions at the University of Basel. I went to Basel during my first museum trip. Unfortunately, the Department of Ancient Egypt was not available. It was like under some construction or something like that, refurbishment or something like that, so I got to the museum, but couldn't get to film or take pictures. From 2005 to 2015, he was the rector of the University of Basel. He was also president of the Rectors Conference of the Swiss universities from 2008 until 2015. Since 2018, he has been president of the European Federation of Academies in Sciences and Humanities. And of the Swiss Academies of Arts and Science from December 2019 to December 2020, he was president of the Jacobs University Bremen. He graduated from the European School of Brussels first, obtaining his European Baccalaureate. It's funny that I put that like this, but in 1972. He then studied Egyptology, linguistics, and Semitic studies at the University of Turin. That's Torino. I went to that museum over there in Italy. Very nice one. I mean, one of the best that I've seen about ancient Egypt, where he received his doctorate in 1977 and worked until 1981 as a research assistant. Okay, so, all right. In 2000, he became a full professor of Egyptology at the University of Basel. Now let's go back to the article that we're going to read. It's all in italic. While various forms of coercion to labor and restriction of individual freedom did exist throughout Egyptian history. I'll be back. Ferme la porte, Miro. Ferme la porte. While various forms of coercion to labor and restriction of individual freedom did exist throughout Egyptian history, slavery is rather defined by economic than legal indicators. Some literary texts present figures of slaves called hem, laborer, or bak, servant. The documentary evidence is multifaceted. During the Old Kingdom, very large segments of the population were drawn to corvée work, exemption from religious service, and even upward mobility being possible, while foreign prisoners of war were clearly enslaved, seker ankh. With the emergence of new social elites, Egyptian texts from the early Middle Kingdom onward display a more distinct consciousness of the difference between free people, even if at the lower level of the social ladder, nejes, and servants, hem and bak, conscripts, heseb, and fugitive, teshi. True slavery being presumably confined to foreign prisoners. The New Kingdom, with its relentless military operations, is the epoch of large-scale foreign slavery, but also of local owned or rented servitude, both of which have become economically indispensable, adoption of a slave being a common practice leading to free status. Nemehi. During the first millennium BCE, references to slavery become more rare and are superseded by various forms of voluntary servitude caused by economic death or religious commitment. Slavery in the legal inherited sense of the term unfolds in Egypt during the Hellenistic period and is based on capture and war, on purchase in the slave market, and on the enslavement of debtors. So, 1 second. Now, Bennett wrote, I just tried to send a super chat like $40, but I think I need to do it on my laptop. I do it once I'm at work. And he wrote for that book. Well, dang, that's generous, you know. Some other people, you know, want to add a little something, then I might as well just go and order it, you know. But I just hope we'll have the hieroglyphic transcript. That's all. The text is hieratic. At least we'll have the translation. Anyway, let me continue. And Joe Burnett is in the place to be. Oh, snap. No, I may read from the PDF because I don't want to play hide and seek with this thing here. So, I'm gonna share the PDF. Danny Williams wrote, I can chip as well. Well, actually, now that you said, well, it's a good thing you didn't send a super chat because for those who don't know, super chat, super sticker, Google keeps 30%. You know, so the best way is really PayPal. That's what was best for me. Mais retourne demander à maman. Tu vois bien que je suis occupé là. Donne-moi ça, donne. Je connais pas le code, tiens. Je connais pas le code, va demander à maman. Let me share the PDF. For the record, comes from UCLA, Encyclopedia of Egyptology. So the article was written by this Loprieno, okay? Egyptologists feel insecure when discussing slavery in pharaonic Egypt. Then you have the name of the author and the date of his writing. Since the very hypothesis of the existence of such an institution is a subject of debate among social and economic historians, cf. Discussion by Menu, 2004a. Now, Menu, that's Bernadette Menu. I've shown you her book about Ma'at. When I addressed some Pan-African who said that, you know, you can be transgender, Kemetic, and all kind of strange things. Now, when I'm saying that, it's just that everybody have their own culture, you know. And let's say that they were heterosexual. Now, there's other things as well, but I don't want to be too long. And I went to look up that book, and I found out that she actually passed away last month, late March. Well, hold on, late March? Was it late April? Well, not last month then. I think it was late March. So I was surprised. I had no idea. Oh, it is no, late May indeed. May 29, as a matter of fact, you know. So her full name is Bernadette Menu. Gonna put it in the chat just people don't know, but she wrote a book about Ma'at. I don't think it was translated in English. I don't even know why they say French edition in what's the name? I guess to let people know. So on Amazon here, you can see her book cover. It says Ma'at, and it says the right order of the world. And this picture, if I'm not mistaken, is from one of those museums in Italy. Now I forgot if it's Florence, Firenze, or if it's another one, but I have actually filmed that one. I have filmed that artifact. But there are two that kind of look alike. But anyway, let's go back to. So it appears that she's not of the opinion that there was slavery per se. Plus, right from the start, it says that since the very hypothesis of the existence of such an institution and slavery that is a subject of debate among social and economic historians. So let's continue. You also have Hoffman, 2005, for reference. From biblical times, Western culture has maintained a view of Egypt as house of slavery. Now, Exodus 20, verse 2, it doesn't actually say house of slavery, it says land of slavery, but it's okay. I.e., as a civilization whose wealth was founded on forced labor. On the other hand, the virtual absence of legally codified slavery in a society so keen on written documentation cannot be accidental. Evidence shows that the semantics of the Egyptian terms for slavery or servitude rather reflect socio-economic dependency than legal status. Although a few documents, such as the so-called adoption papyrus, see below, do display hold on. Bennett wrote, that's true. It cannot be accidental. It's odd that they wrote so much and would not have written about slavery, laws of it, or accounts. But that scholarship, that's a PhD who wrote that. It's not me. So you have a few documents, such as the so-called adoption papyrus, see below, that do display legal concerns. Many social groups referred to in royal decrees and administrative texts were certainly subject to restrictions. Hold on. I see two real reasons, a place to be. I'm glad you shared this papyrus with us, brother, because like I was saying at the beginning, it happens to be the longest papyrus from ancient Egypt. And here we have a scholar called Loprieno, who is addressing slavery and servitude in ancient Egypt. I'm right at the start, so you haven't missed much. Many social groups referred to in royal decrees and administrative texts were certainly subject to restrictions on individual freedom. In the Old Kingdom, royal covert workers, nesutiu, merit, undertook coercive labor for a certain period of time, but not for life. You have the name of the scholar, Moreno Garcia, 1997. While from the Nazi 6 on dependents merit represent the body of servants and laborers for private or public domain. Scholar Allen, 2004. From the first intermediate period on, servants, Baku, appear employed in households, while royal laborers, Hemunesu, are state employees who can also be allocated to private individuals. Moreno Garcia, 2000. Now pay attention to the fact that Baku, which is a plural of Bak, is translated here as servants, not slave, but many times they translate it as slave. When I say they, I'm talking about so many scholars. In addition, throughout Egyptian history, and increasingly during the New Kingdom, war prisoners, Sekeru Ankh, and conscripts, Hesebu, also appear employed in large-scale forced labor, so that the interpretative issue are in fact, at least in part, determined by terminology. And here we have Bernadette Menu 2004b. Now, I don't know what the A and the B stands for. I don't think well, okay, let's make it easy and simple. Anthropological analysis. Point to the, I'm not going to read all the scholars all the time in parentheses, but the name, you have the name of the scholar, you have the year of the publication, and then you have the page numbers. Point to the generally complex semantics of slavery. In some African rural cultures, for example, one's own children can be sold as property. The practice of selling children for work is also known in different forms in modern Europe. In this respect, it is interesting to note that in an Egyptian household of the New Kingdom, servants are considered part of the family structure. Now, the scholar, no, it's not a scholar. He's talking about a stele, label MMA, and here you have some references, and those will be lines if it's a stele. And it's C. Seth, so that's a scholar, publication from 1959, and then you have some pages. So it says that servants are considered part of the family structure. We can see already that we are very far removed from slavery as we know it. Donnie Williams wrote Moreno Garcia sounds familiar. Well, Garcia sounds familiar. There's a strange nanny or strange activity attributed to a nanny. Imhotep University TV isn't the place to be. This article is great. And I only read half of it. I was at work. Yeah, I work full time. I was someone beloved by his community. How F, forthcoming to his family, Sedemi N Abet F. Now you heard ET using the term Abet. That's family. I did not neglect those who are in servitude. En Hebes E Her Neti M Baku. Although personally, I would have written that with two N's, but I'm going to try to test the knowledge of Loprieno. Although historical, administrative, or legal texts are usually the most important source for our understanding of slavery, it should be kept in mind that Egyptian biographies and royal inscriptions are heavily influenced by the literary style, which limits their reliability as historical sources. Literary texts. It may be appropriate, therefore, to first take a closer look at the presentation of slaves or servants in literary texts. In Egypt, professional activities tended to overlap with social groups, since individuals were very often identified by the work they performed. I don't even know. I don't even know where it stopped because I checked the level before I went live. And he said 99%. Let me see if you can hear me first of all. I was about to plug it, but I just realized I checked the level. At 97%. I don't know what happened here. So let me check. Let me make sure you can hear me. You can hear me. Okay. Since individuals, sorry, were very often identified by the work they performed. Helk, 1959. From the Middle Kingdom on, literature became the vehicle to codify the values of the elites, torn between fidelity to state institutions represented by the king and the affirmation of individualism, made possible by professional and economic success. In the eyes of a scribe, unconditional dependence on one's own labor appeared to be a feature of servitude. The human condition of the slave, whether called hem, laborer, or bak, servant, is alluded to in the satire of trades, also known as the instruction of Chetty, after the name of the narrator, a classical literary text of the early New Kingdom composed in order to describe the advantages of the scribal profession over all others. Jagger, 2004. Here, different forms of forced labor are thematized. Peasants are drawn to work. Nehemu her bak ef, or obliged to work in the fields. Many tea. The carpenter's children do not benefit from their father's hard work. Nen, see here the negative is the double N. Maybe it was a mistake earlier. It happens to the best of us. Nen penek en herdu f. A weaver is punished with 50 lashes for a day of absence from work. Hui tu hef, m shesem, and then 50, however you pronounce that in Medunecher. And a gardener is subject to a yoke. Kari her inet mauj. In spite of the lack of explicit references to slavery, the text provides evidence for large-scale coercive work in Egyptian society, both in the public and in the private domain. Now check what this PhD wrote. And that's page 2, as you can see here. In spite of the lack of explicit references to slavery. This is what we're dealing with when we talk about ancient Egypt. Bennett wrote, oh, damn, who got 50 lashes? Well, the author said that a weather, I said weather, my bad, a weather. So that would be somebody that will create clothing with threads, with some fabric or textile, you see. Just to show some imagery. There it is. All right. In this sense, the hints in the satire of trades are corroborated by the separate address to living ones, Anku, and servants, Baku, in the appeals to the living from the Old Kingdom. By the references to the status of the servant, Bak, as opposed to the city dweller, Nuti. Now it's funny here we have Nuti. Some people, like Donnie Williams, probably familiar with the Newt glyph, Garden reference 049. So I pronounce it Newt. I believe Garden at least, and others also will have it as N-I-W-T. Some may use the J instead of the I, but who knows? Maybe you have when you have the form with the E or the with the I or the J at the end, maybe he will become Nuti rather than Uti, not a big deal. In the biographical text of the first intermediate period, Moreno Garcia 2000, as well as to the independent person of the land of Pharaoh, in legal documents of the Ramside period, adoption papyrus, Gardiner 1940, or by the accounts in the administrative papyrus Brooklyn from the late Middle Kingdom, which lists Egyptian and foreign servants called royal laborers, Hemet Hemnesu, already documented in the Gibelline Papyri. So we have a term called royal laborers. And I don't know if you've noticed or not, but so far we're struggling. We're struggling to find slavery. The term hem, frequently translated as slave, also appears in the Tales of Papyrus Westcar. Now, for those who don't know, but it would appear later on, hem is a term that is used to denote the king as well. And you have variations for the word that we translate as, or that we call priest in English. Also appears in the Tales of Papyrus Westcar, dated to the late Second Intermediate Period or early New Kingdom, and refers to the private servants of one of the protagonists. He found him lying down on the mat at the threshold of his house, a hem at his head, massaging him, and another whipping his feet. Now, maybe I did not pronounce that properly. Maybe it's pronounced wiping, but we have a mention of the Papyrus Westcar once again, and black man. Now, black man is not a black person. You have the documentation about Meir, M-E-I-R, and he's instrumental for what we have on James P. Allen. James P. Allen's Middle Egyptian, I think it's on page 5, where he translates Henenit Kem as Henenit the Black. It comes from some excavation, if I'm not mistaken, by black man. But anyway, slaves are also part of the range of human types presented in the wisdom text. Their condition is mentioned in the admonitions of Ippur, a New Kingdom text in which the cultural decadence of society from a centralized state to political and social chaos is crystallized in a series of oppositions between golden past and tragic present. Now, even female laborers, Hemut, speak without restraint. And when their mistress gives an order, servants, Baku, show impatience. Now, do you understand what is written here? Not by me, but by this PhD. Even female laborers, mind you, it doesn't say female slaves, do speak without restraint. And when their mistress, which means their female bosses, in other words, gives an order, the servants show impatience. Benedict Moores would definitely say black man was black. Moores would say everything and anything under the sun. This rhetoric, chiasm, not sure if I pronounced it correctly, speaks here for a semantic overlapping of the terms hem and back, which is typical for the New Kingdom on. Slavery, in the broader sense, appears to be an integral part of Egyptian ideology. The second section of the Loyalist instruction displays a consciousness of the elite's responsibility vis-a-vis the lower echelons of society. including vis-a-vis means like, regarding, or in regards to. Servants, which echoes a Middle Kingdom letter to the dead in which a deceased is asked to let a female servant, Bucket, recover from illness, Cairo, Bow, Gardiner, Set, and so on. Beginning with the first intermediate period biographical text, focus on the patron's care for his household and laborers. I was the shepherd of my Merit, a man of good reputation in his town. A healthy workforce and good work were guaranteed only when servants and laborers were well kept. Well kept. As mentioned in the instructions of Ani of the late Dynasty 18, do not acquire another person's laborer, hem, if he has a bad reputation. Documentary evidence. When turning to administrative records, 3 observations are in order. First, quantity and quality of the documentation vary considerably in space and time. There was a limited amount of material from the Old Kingdom, a few royal decrees, and the archive of Abusir. The evidence from the Middle Kingdom is richer. The abundant correspondence of Hekanach and the papyri of El Lahun, as well as important administrative texts such as the already mentioned Papyrus Brooklyn. Whenever you see P. that's Papyrus. Even more material has survived from the New Kingdom, above all from Der El Medina, the village housing the workers of the Theban necropolis. A substantial number of texts less relevant for a discussion of slavery has come to us from the late period. So late period, that's basically the Greeks. That's around 400 BC. I know some people will start from 600 BC, but Second, Egyptian documentation is distinctly empirical rather than conceptual. In administrative texts, attention is focused on single episodes rather than on general rules. Apart from some exceptions, decrees related to state temple property, attempts to reconstruct a legal code in the form of these documents had in Mesopotamia or classical antiquity are doomed to fail. Therefore, we mostly base our knowledge of ancient Egyptian social phenomena on punctual documentation. The picture, however, fragmentary as it may be, turns out to be statistically fairly representative. Third, we should always keep in mind that Egyptian society was not a static entity, but evolved considerably during the 3,000 years of written documentation. During the Old Kingdom, so whenever we say, a society that lasted for 3,000 years, we have a PhD that mentions that, but this is a well-known fact. I'm sorry. During the Old Kingdom, the entire population, except for the elite, was kept under tight administrative control and could be drawn to covey work or expeditions, as shown by the evidence of royal decrees from the first intermediate period on. Before I continue, maybe some of you heard about covey in history class. Feudal Europe, should I say feudal Europe? Let me double check feudal. Feudalism, according to Webster, the system of political organization prevailing in Europe from the 9th to about the 15th century, having as its basis the relation of lord to vassal. So let's say medieval Europe, people worked the land and gave a part of their product, if not most of their product, for the elite, and they would keep a little some so they could eat. I haven't heard people say, well, all these people, they used to be slaves. So if people want to make that argument, it's all good. Now, hold on. Sugar Hayes wrote, the question regarding Egypt practicing slavery has been asked many times, so I'm glad that you are giving a breakdown of the subject. Well, it's thanks to the brother too, real, man. And David is in the place to be. And of course, Sugar Hayes is in the place to be. This article is great. It's going to be a bit long, you know. If you expect it to be over soon, you will be disappointed. It's going to be a bit long, and I'm going to make some commentary as I go along. See, first I thought about showing the actual Medum Nature words that they mention whenever it's in italic, and here apparently also it is in bold as well. But hey, there's only so much you can do. You know what I'm saying? So later on, when there will be more people, I'll be able to go to, you know, all these books and dictionaries that I have. But anyway, and Texas Bama feels the same way as Sugar has. I have shared the link to this article so you can use it for reference. I mean, we know we're gonna have something good to reference. Just like when it comes to Black Egypt debunk, thanks to the brother V. Bennett, we now have White Egypt debunk. Let's continue. Sounds like fun. Hey, Young Hair was in the place to be as well. Sounds like sharecropping. Now, where was I? From the first intermediate period on, society was also characterized by a variably thin layer of free people who view themselves in opposition to a lower class operating under various forms of institutional, economic, or professional coercion. In fact, it makes sense to speak of institutional or economic quote unquote slavery. They put it in, you know, in a quotation mark, only against the background of a recognizable domain of freedom. I mean, you know, this word in here is quite special. It's quite special, you know. And what we can witness is that it's a struggle to document slavery in ancient Egypt. Because here we are told of institutional or economic slavery only against the background of a recognizable domain of freedom. I mean, slavery and freedom are kind of opposite, in my understanding. Now, the fact doctor isn't the place to be. Love me, fro isn't the place to be. To real road, y'all funny, bro. Sharecropping. Okay, now. Where was I? An ostensibly not relevant dichotomy in official Egyptian discourse. Old Kingdom. In the so-called Dashur decree from Dynasty 6, King Pepi I specifies the number of people and the amount of inalienable property destined for the pyramid town of King Senefru, Dynasty 4, and distinguishes those who are not subject to coercive labor, i.e., members of the ruling elite of the Old Kingdom composed of queens, king's sons and daughters, and nobles, Semeru. I don't know if you remember what I told you about Semer, companion, which reminds me of Samir in Arabic, but I'll leave it there. I ain't claiming no correlation or relationship between the two, but I'm just saying. From those, so here that will be the plural. The U at the end, the W use the sound U, that's a plural, you know. So the root is Semer. I told you about Semer, Watia, so companion, but anyway, from those who are, i.e., the dependents, merit. What is thematized here is a social opposition between the court and population at large, an opposition which corresponds to the ideological distinction between nobility, Pat, and people, Rechit, known in religious literature until the end of Egyptian history. When the solar cult based at Heliopolis triumphed during Dynasty 5, solar priesthood, Henememet, was added to these two categories. This ideal distribution of Egyptian society into three groups continued unchanged until the 2nd century CE, as shown by the late Egyptian papyrus BM 10808. 808? With its three terms. Now, I don't know how to pronounce that one here, but that would be Pe, and here that's Hammer or Hameu. Now, there, I don't know how to pronounce that. Probably the X, maybe the H sound, so it might be reche, but I don't know what this is here. I don't. So Osing, 1976. These three groups, however, were not closed social groups, but rather ideal classes, individuals who improve their original status, as can be inferred from the autobiographical, I struggle for that. I admit that. You can clown me. I deserve that. Inscription of Henku at Der Gebrawi, Dynasty 6. As for those who had been dependent, Meriu, in my service, their role became that of an official, Seri. So here we have a text, it's a quotation that says that those who were dependent their role became that of an official, because it appears that dependent was kind of used when it comes to coercion. Now, coercion, for those who don't know, it's like, when you're being forced, you're being coerced, you know what I'm saying? So it's like kind of against your will, you know what I'm saying? Kind of, you're going to get down or lay down, as Beans would say. State Property, the movie, for those who know it. Here, dependents refer to recruited field workers. These were sometimes also employed as laborers in state enterprises, as shown by the first dated graffito from Wadi Hamamat, or in military expeditions, as claimed by nomarchs. Now, it doesn't say monarchs, it says nomarchs. So the root is Nome, which is a province or district that they call Sepat in Menu Nature. So don't confuse that with monarch as in monarchy. Mission carried out by the eldest son of the king, the treasurer of the god, the general of the expedition, Mesha, which means army, Jati, known as Kanofer, that's Nefer, Kanefer. But the spellings do vary, Coptic has a lot to do with that. Who took care of his men on the day of battle, who knew how to force the coming of the day of corvée recruitment. Now, I don't know. I know a word setep, but here is sechep. And because you have corvée recruitment, it will make sense that we have setep, but anyway. Sechep em nejut ra. I distinguished myself among the multitude and carried out this task for Imhotep, known as the world's first multi-genus. And he's known as the designer of the Step Pyramid in Saqqara, if I'm not mistaken, with 1,000 men of the royal palace, 100 men of the necropolis, 1,200 pioneers, not prisoners, pioneers, and 50 engineers. His Majesty ordered all these people to come from the residence, and I organized this task in exchange for provisions of barley of all kinds, since His Majesty placed at my disposal 50 oxen and 200 goats for daily victuals. You want to know what the word for majesty is in Mednature? It is hem. When His Majesty took action against the Asiatic sand dwellers, His Majesty made an army of many tens of thousands from all Upper Egypt, from Yebu in the south to Medinet in the north, from Lower Egypt, from all of the two sides of the house, and from Sejer and Chen Sejiru, and from Irtiet Nubians, Medja Nubians, Yam Nubians, Wawat Nubians, Kau Nubians, and from Chemeh land. That's from the biography of Weni from Abydos. Exemption decrees such as the one from Dashur mentioned above also show that a portion of the population was exempt from compulsory military service. So you see, compulsory military service, you remember, what is it? What do you call it? Elvis, was it the king of what? Is it the king of pop or something like that? And he had to go to the army, didn't he? You see? So in France, it was mandatory as well. See? But now it's no longer the case. Nobody's going to argue that it was slavery in any shape, form, or manner. Let me read the chat quickly. To be real, there was no need for slavery in Egypt because they all got into crypto early. There at Medina law. That's all I'm gonna say, Shaka. I don't get it here. Imhotep University says facts. I don't know if I said that he was in the place to be, but I think I did because he was there early on. So a portion of the population was exempt from compulsory military service and covert duty and employed either in a royal funerary complex such as the Pyramid Town or in religious foundations as shown by the Abu Zir Papyri. People involved in such activities, a class that also included priests and officials who derived economic benefits from being exempt from covert, bore the title of Khentish, those in front of the lake. And we do have a glyph indeed, which is the sh sound, and it represents a pool, and it's got in a reference N38. You may have N39, but don't quote me on that. But you have two. You have two different variations. It's one of the unilateral. My Majesty has ordered the permanent exemption of these two pyramid towns from carrying out any forced labor. Kat. Now, kat means labor or work. You see? So I don't know where the forced comes from, but I'm going to continue. For the royal palace, from performing any forced labor for the residents and from carrying out covert duty. How? According to that, which has been requested, My Majesty has ordered the exemption of all Khentish of these two pyramid towns from the activity as messengers by river or by land heading north or south. My Majesty has ordered that no field belonging to either of these two pyramid towns should be plowed by the dependents, merit of any queen, of any king's son or daughter, or of any noble, except for the Khentish of these two pyramid towns. I have ordered the exemption of this funerary shipper, independence, merit, and livestock, both large and small, as regards someone who is sent on any mission to the south. My Majesty will permit none of the costs of the voyage, it's French for travel, but you must know that, to be charged to this funerary shipper, nor those of someone traveling on a royal mission. My Majesty has ordered the exemption of this funerary shipper. My Majesty will not permit this funerary shipper to be taxed any amount for the residents. That's from the Coptos decree of Pepi I. In the Old Kingdom, Egypt's population. You know what? I want to get something to drink. I'll be right back. Actually, let's play something nice before I come back.
Yeah, no, but it ain't the people, right? Let me help you out. I'm gonna help y'all out real fast in some language, and I know his audience is listening. Do you know the first language ever? Do you know the first language, either one of y'all?
Well, brothers and sisters, brace yourself. You know, I don't know the first language ever. Apparently, he knows it. Let's listen.
Yes, baby language.
Baby language, right?
So, baby language is a language now? All right. Okay. If it's okay. Well, it's a language. We can learn it and we can speak it, right? Sounds pseudo, but it's okay.
Baby language is the first language. It's Gaga Goo, like Lady Gaga, Gaga Goo, baby speak. Who else speaks like that? Who else talks? Whoever this is, who you are, let me see your face first. Or you're not coming on, you can just sit back. So Gaga Goo is numbers, basically. Like most animals, numbers, hand signals, and stuff like that.
Is it serious right now? Gaga Goo is numbers? You know, there's one thing I forgot, but you know, he did say that more means navigator, you know what I'm saying? You know, so if it's a nationality, you know, navigators is not supposed to be a nationality, you know. Anybody can be a navigator. You know, it just takes a little training. You know, you don't need to earn a PhD to become a navigator, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Let's listen to the first language, Gaga Gugu.
Gaga Google, it's numbers. Babies talk to one another. They talk. They're numbers. The other
They sure
language,
do.
right? They know what they communicate with each other. They be talking with each other. You notice that? They be sitting there talking to each
Yeah.
other. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know what the hell they saying. The other language, if y'all not familiar with this, and if
It's a language. How come we don't know what the hell they're saying? So it's an undeciphered language, then, I guess.
you can probably find it, you should look that up too. Now, don't try to steal what I'm saying because it's going to be very hard. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Okay, I'm coming. You heard the great scholarship of a Moorish guy who charges $100 to teach. Life is unfair, man. I mean, at this rate, I should be a millionaire by now. Gaga Gugu. I got my Kemet mug on. Damn. Okay. Let's see if there's any reaction to this great Gaga Gugu scholarship. But before I played it, I seen that Sugar Hayes left a message. She wrote, do you think that Egypt's invaders could have introduced some form of slavery to the country because the Greeks, they practiced slavery? Well, that's later. The Greeks is a late period. I don't know if the Hyksos, for example, or other people who are not indigenous to Kemet would have introduced some form of slavery. But there was a dissertation which earned a doctorate degree to a scholar that I mentioned previously. And in my own time, I'm planning on reading it, and we'll see what they will say. Donnie Williams seems impressed with the Gaga Gugu scholarship. He wrote that this ninja is a laughing stock. In academic setting, folk will walk out on him. Sugar Hayes wrote, it's funny as hell. The things that, for us, is laughable. For him, this is some serious, deep teaching, man. He actually said, my audience was listening. He said, because his audience is listening, It reminds me of Scam Cheddar, Filthy Frankie. Sometimes they, yeah, I know you're listening. Man, please. He even said, now don't try to steal my stuff because it's going to be hard. He put out the disclaimer now. Don't try to steal my stuff. Gaga Google, that's my stuff. In the Old Kingdom, Egypt's population also included foreign prisoners of war called Sekaru Ankh, bound for life. From the time of Senefru, there is evidence of important expeditions to abduct Nubians or Libyans to work as laborers or to serve in specialized military units. The ideological aspect of this phenomenon is represented by the so-called execration text, spells inscribed on terracotta figurines of the foreign princes to be suppressed, as well as by the ritual of smiting the enemy. And the relief of prisoners smiting the enemy is this. That's a ritual smiting of the enemy. I have, fortunately, we don't see too well, but because of the background. Now look at this. That's obviously a hatchet, but it looks very similar to the Netjer glyph. Commonly, they say that the Netjer glyph is a flagpole. But there's at least one scholar who is of the opinion that this is a hatchet. I have the quote somewhere on my notes. And the release of prisoners of war with their arms tied behind their backs, documented throughout Egyptian history on the walls of temples. Prisoners captured during wartime and raids on occupied territories, initially in Nubia, then in Libya and Asia as well, formed a large segment of the population in a state of servitude. Biographical texts from the end of the Old Kingdom document a meritocratic evolution leading to the emergence of a new provincial upper class who would eventually become the leading elite during the first intermediate period and the early Middle Kingdom. The new social fabric, however, also fostered new forms of servitude. Widespread impoverishment and subsequent slavery in the private sector were caused by an insecure economy and temporary food shortage. The poorer would borrow grain from the richer and lend on security, women, or other members of the family for the period in which interests were due. During Dynasty 6, the architect Nehebu says, I also kept for him, i.e. the king, the accounts of his personal possessions for a period of 20 years. I never struck anyone to let him fall beneath my hand. I never forced anyone to servitude. And here we have back for servitude. So you see, I never struck anyone. I never forced anyone to servitude. See, this is what they say. There's a book by Ankh Mira called Let the Ancestors Speak. So the Willie Lynch letter is fake, but there's many accounts. For example, there was a slave owner who was bragging about raping those enslaved women. We can see the dichotomy here. Here we have back. As a matter of fact, we do have the loaf of bread here, so I would say baquette, but hey, I ain't gonna try to test. Well, it's after Davies, so that's not no prieno, you see. And that's 1902, so that's back in the days. The term servant, back, therefore denotes a wide range of conditions. From the rhetorical used by high officials to indicate their loyalty to the king more than any other among his servants. I don't know if you realize it, but high officials in Kemet will use that term for themselves. Do we have any other society worldwide where the elites, the high officials, will use a term that is reserved for slaves? To real servitude, as in the inscription of Henku from Der Gebrawi, in which the verb back appears accompanied by the determinative of a seated man with a yoke around his neck. And this is a seated man with a yoke around his neck. I have never forced one of your daughters to servitude. Damn, here's another quote. That Henku explicitly refers to daughters may point to the fact that women were the preferred form of deposit in the case of food lending, the ethical expectation being that interest should not be levied too heavily on the borrower. Also, officials who would abuse their power could be punished with enslavement. Officials who would abuse their power could be punished with enslavement. This is the glyph for him, that one here that looks like a baseball bat. Here we have a determinative with what looks like the same glyph. An even more decisive sign of social change is the contemporary emergence of the term that Egyptologists most frequently translate with slave, i.e. hem. And here we have laborer. Now, once again, even though it is frequently translated by Egyptologists as slave, the term priest is hemnecher, literally servant of God. Term majesty is hem. The majesty could refer to himself as my majesty or hem-e. If somebody will refer to the king, he could use your majesty. In other words, hem-ek. So in which society will we have a word that is used to denote the priest, that is used to denote the king, and it's the same term, same word to refer to a slave? It's quite unlikely. In one of its first appearances, this word is accompanied by the determinative of a seated man or woman holding a club, which is nothing else than the phonograph of the word hem. So that's the biliteral hem. This determinative is similar to the one sometimes used with the word servant, back, and dependent, merit, or with ethnonyms such as Nubians or Asiatics, who according to the royal decrees were granted a different status from Egyptians. A proof of the social evolution described here is given by the pyramid text, the first corpus of Egyptian theology. In Spell 346, the late Dynasty 6 versions of Meren-Ra and Pepi II replaced the original butchers of the earlier text of Teti with the word laborers, hemu, to be recited. The souls are in Buto. Yes, the souls are in Buto. The souls will be in Buto. The soul of the dead king is in Buto. How red is the flame? How alive is Kepri? Rejoice, rejoice. Butchers, give me a meal. For the record, I don't know if you remember somebody who claimed that the word pla in English derives from heper. I don't think I still have it. I still have it. Got rid of it. Played it so many times. Yeah, I don't have it anymore. Well, the root of heperi is heper, which translates as to become, to manifest, and so on. Rejoice, rejoice, butchers, give me a meal. Pyramid text 561. Before occurring as a single word, the term hem was used in compound terms for the religious and funerary sphere. Hem necher, God's servant. Hem ka, funerary priest. Between Dynasty 5 and 6, hem appears in biographical texts. I have never said anything bad about anyone, neither the king nor his laborers. Can you imagine a society where somebody say, I never said anything bad about the slaves? See, that's scholarship. It's not me. I didn't create that document. And in the compound, Hemnesu, king's laborer, it is possible to recognize the semantics of slavery, according to Davis 1901, table 16. Sifting grain by king's laborers. In terms of social and intellectual history, the so-called first intermediate period displays a development of the individual initiative after having served in covert work as a lower priest, Wab. I don't know if you remember the butler Reggie, who said that Jabari is a Wab priest. He used that term, throwing shot. You know what I'm saying? Merer becomes a free commoner, Nejes. I did not let their water flood the fields of other people. I behaved like any efficient commoner, ensuring that my family had all the water they needed. Biography of Merer. Other examples in commoners, Nejesu, are a characteristic feature of Middle Kingdom society. Regardless of social differences, every Egyptian, even a servant, is now called a man, Remech, i.e., an individual with dignity. I will use the word person because Remech is usually translated as people. That's a term that they use for themselves. And once again, you see that depiction from the tomb of Ramesses III, if I'm not mistaken, but you can check on the Theban Mapping Project. You have it on Manu Mpim's website. You have it as a cover of Chekontak Diop magnum opus called Son Agriculture, the English translation, with some part of the magnum opus of Diop is African origin of civilization, myth or reality. So you do have the ancient Egyptians and the Nubians portrayed in the same manner, same skin tone, and along the ancient Egyptians, you have Ramech. Along the Nubians, you have Nehesi. Anyway, an individual with dignity, even when he serves another person, as in the biography of Intef Iker. The men at my father Mentuhotep's service were born at home, the property of my father and mother. My men also came from my father's and mother's property, and apart from those who belong to me, there are others I bought with my own means. Servants are defined as men, but treated like property. The radicalization of coerced labor at the end of the Old Kingdom now seems to have reached its apex. In changing patterns of economic redistribution, poorer families will borrow grains from richer field owners and, short of paying back the borrowed amount, increasingly commit family members, especially women, to forced service in the owner's household. This also explains why so many biographical texts of this period emphasize the amount of dependence, merit, personal debt, as in the El Lahun Papyri. Oh, Collier. You know Collier very well, right? We have that bestseller by Collier and Manley. And in that one, the I6 glyph, Gardiner reference I6, well, they describe it as a piece of charcoal. Most Egyptologists describe it as some crocodile skin or crocodile scale. Where the people representing a jet appear closely related to each other, or workers, Baku. Now we have laborers, now we have workers, and some will use the term slaves. What is it? Accumulated during lifetime, one person added 3 male workers, Baku, and 7 female workers, Bakut, to those inherited from his father, biography of Beb. Another individual even added up heads, Tepu, to his inheritance, biography of Rehui. In administrative texts from the Middle Kingdom, coerced workforces consisted of conscripts, Hesbu, fugitives, Teshiu, and royal laborers, Hemunesu. The first two terms refer to soldiers and field workers conscripted to serve in the army or to labor in state building projects or agriculture. The most abundant documentation is offered by the Reisner Papyrus and by the El Lahun Papyrus, which mentions lists of prisoners, Hesbu, being employed in state enterprises. The administrative text of Papyrus Brooklyn 351146 displays them as subject to temporary coerced work on arable state land. So here we have mention of temporary coerced work. The punishment for flight, war, or absence, tesh, was coerced labor for life. Order issued by the Great Prison in year 31, third month of the summer season, day 5, that he be condemned with all his family to labor for life on state land according to the decision of the court. So here we have a mention of somebody and his family who was condemned to labor or work for life. Because the guy was most likely fleeing from the work. I don't think that just for absence they would do that, but that's one of the two. So most likely flight. Interestingly enough, it is not laborers or slaves that are treated as offenders of the state service, but their masters, i.e. members of the middle class. The Brooklyn Papyrus also provides information about royal laborers, Hemunesu, whose feminine equivalent is Hemut, without royal attribution. Unlike privately owned Baku, royal laborers were state-owned slaves who shared the status of Asiatics reduced to slavery as a result of military campaigns or trade. They could be entrusted to individuals as property, almost always after trying to escape. Although nominally belonging to the king, hence their attribute royal, recaptured fugitives like Asiatic slaves were assigned to the custody of a master who could give them away or leave them to his children. Just got some good news. His sister got some good news. Let my 15 people, Tepu, heads, and property of prisoners, Henemui, associated to me, be given to my wife, Senebtisi, in addition to the 60 that I gave her the first time. Now I make this gift to my wife to be deposited in the hall of the speaker of the city of the south as a contract that bears my seal and the seal of my wife, Senebtisi. I am making this will for my wife, the woman on the eastern regions, Sheftu, daughter of Sopdu. That's Sapate. Some people call it Sapate. Well, okay. Let's take caution. It may not be. Called Teti, of everything given to me by my brother, the seal bearer of the director of works, Ankh Ren E. Ankh is my name. Beautiful word. Beautiful name. I say Ankh is my name. Life is my name. Or my name is living. Who knows? With all the goods as they should be, of all that he gave me. She herself shall give it to any of her children that she shall bear me. I am giving her the 4 Asiatics whom my brother, the seal bearer, the director of works, Ankareni, gave to me. She herself shall give them to any of her children that she wishes. Servants, Baku, guilty of this service, were sent away from home. Proof thereof can be found in the correspondence of Hekanachet, a landowner from the early Middle Kingdom, who, while traveling for work, continued to look after the management of his land by sending written instructions to his family. Now, I have the servant, Bakt, so that would be a female, Senen, turned out of my house. Pay attention. On the very day when Sihathor reaches you, See, if she spends a single night more in my house, watch out. It is you who let her do evil to my concubine. We have Allen, that's most likely James P. Allen. We do not really know what the ejection from a household will imply. At a minimum, a loss of economic security. The above mentioned letter to the dead, the so-called Caro Ball, witnesses how much a servant could become an indispensable part of family structure. Let's read this again. The above mentioned letter to the dead, the so-called Caro Ball, witnesses how much a servant could become an indispensable, which means you can't do without, part of a family structure. Part of family structure. Oh, Wente. We're meant to read Wente about Egyptian art. So, what was this Asiatic on Asiatic crime? Not Asiatic on Asiatic crime, but he says that some Asiatic were owned. They were made to work. So, I don't know what they did. Maybe in those text reference, it explains what happened. Who was the pharaoh? I don't know at that time. I really don't know. Shouldn't be difficult to find out. Everything in parentheses, there's a name of the scholar, the year of publication, and then you have the page numbers. That servants were emotionally close to their household is also shown by a letter to the dead inscribed on a pottery stand from the first intermediate period, in which the sender asks his dead father and his grandmother on his father's side to help his wife Seni bear him a son. Seni had been upset by two housemaids, whose malevolent influence is taken to be responsible for the couple's problem. See, this vessel is brought to you in respect to which your mother is to make litigation. It is agreeable that you should support her, cause now that a healthy male shall be born to me, for you are an excellent spirit. And behold, as for those two serving maids who have caused Seni to be afflicted, namely Nefertinet Nefertientet and Ichai, confound them and banish from me every affliction which is directed against my wife, for you know that I need her. Banish them early. The ability to harm a child's health by using magical power could be imputed on women of foreign origin, regardless of their social status, whether servant, hermit, or noblewoman. Shepset, as shown by Papyrus Berlin 3027. Yamazaki 2003, spell D, blah, blah, blah. Or let's say and so on. It's better to say and so on. Although slavery was inherited, as we infer from the fact that Dedi Sobek, Jedi Sobek, I presume, son of the slave woman Ebed, was himself a laborer. This did not prevent a slave from attaining a higher education level. Let's read this again. Page 7. This did not prevent a slave, they call it slave, it's probably servant, either hem or back, from attaining a higher education level. We are so far away from what people will try to make us believe. His communication is to inform my lord, who is occupying himself with your royal servant, Wajahu. It looks like it's Ujahu. I think it's no longer a servant to emo fake, so it's cool. teaching him to write without allowing him to flee. Teaching him to write. I've called you again. We found royal laborers employed as field workers, house servants, and cobblers. Female. I don't even know what cobbler is. The person whose job is mending shoes. Okay. Female laborers are hairdressers, gardeners, and weavers. This also applies to their Asiatic counterparts, who are distinguished by the fact that their names, even if Egyptian, which was regularly the case in the second generation, bore an ethnic qualification. The Asiatic Aduna that you can hear me. I don't know why it turns off like that. Good. So, the Asiatic Aduna and her son Anku, Hayes, 1955, page 87. So apparently back then they will specify that's an Asiatic, you know. Today I guess we specify when it's a brother. We have Snoop Doggy Dogg and his album Doggy Style, and you will see that one of the songs is featuring That Ninja Das. When I say ninja, I don't want to use the N-word, that's all. Both their number and their hereditary status suggest that the position of royal laborers was comparable to that of Asiatic slaves. Of the 79 servants presented in the list on the verso of Papyrus Brooklyn as belonging to a single owner, at least 33 were Egyptians. Second Intermediate Period and New Kingdom. A document dated to the Second Intermediate Period shed some light on legal aspects of servitude and slavery. It examines the granting of citizenship to a slave who had previously been shared between public and private ownership. Let's read this again. The granting of citizenship to a slave who had previously been shared between public and private ownership. We are so far remote from the transatlantic and sub-Saharan slave trade. The overseer of the city. Emir, I would say. Vizier, Chati, overseer of the 6 great courts, Amenemhat, an order to the reporter of Elephantine Hekaib to his effect. An order was issued for the vizier's court in year 1, Renepet Bois, or Wa Renepet. First month of summer, day 27 of the time of Chubak, life, prosperity, health, Ankh, Uja, Seneb. The order concerns the appeal which the administrator, Itef Seneb, son of Hekaib, made, saying, Senbet, Senmut's daughter, is a slave girl, Hemet. So that's the English translation. The nature is Hemet, of the tenants jet of Elephantine's people, but she is also the slave girl of Hebs's son, Seanku, my lord, and let her be given to me, or to the city, according as her owners agree. So he said, so it shall be done as her owners agree. So run the orders. A reply to this leather roll of the vizier's court has been brought, stating, the attorneys of the people about whom you wrote have been questioned. They said, we agree to the giving of the slave girl Senbet to the city as her owners, agree in accordance with the appeal which our brother, the administrator, Itef has made concerning her. Now they are to be made to take the oath upon it, and you shall put the orders before the slave girl Senbet. Papyrus Berlin 10470. This text demonstrates the gradual importance acquired by the community Remetu and Abu, people of Elephantine, whose role in the administration of public property replaces the nominal power of the king over the royal laborers in the Middle Kingdom. It also shows that a slave could eventually become a citizen, in some cases also by virtue of marriage. Let's read this again. It also shows that a slave could eventually become a citizen, in some cases also by virtue of marriage. Scholars called the lineage, 1939, and you have the page numbers here, table 24 to 55. To real, are you still there? I don't know if you remember when I mentioned that eventually maybe they would become, part of society. And I remember you laughed though. I remember you laughed, but it's all good. Is this your first time reading this? Well, I stopped. Which page did I stop? Yeah, I have that clip, but how can I share it? How can I share that clip? Or how to do a private stuff? I want to share a clip to a sister. To real says it was extremely rare. Says who? No. I gotta do a sister solid. Private. Like maybe nickname Popo soon. Let me mute my mic for a minute. Dr. David Felk. What's the text? Is it a book or an article? I'm gonna mute my mic for a moment, okay? I'm just about to send something to a sister. Now, transfer. You know, come on now. How big is it? What's the size? That would be too large for the email. I've not received my code. It's always like that. Ain't funny. Okay, transferring, good. So, Brother Two will mention Dr. David Falk. There's an article of him about the dictionaries that I like, and I think I shared it before. But lately, he's been on the I don't want to say scrutiny, but he made some kind of made some statements that are considered misogynistic. He addressed the other PhD that deals with the Hebrew history. I'm just looking for the name of the lady. Francesca Stavrakopoulou. In a nutshell, he said that she's cute and that's about it. Now the scholarship is just bad. Now, he has a website. I think it's called Egypt in the Bible or something like that. Dictionaries. There it is. Dr. Falk about Egyptian dictionaries. I just sent it to you, okay? Let me know if you received it. You receive an email with a download link. Okay. Now, coerced foreign labor and the army were needed to deal with the growing expenses of an impressive military apparatus. I don't know why I struggle with that word so much. The biographical text from the tomb of General Ahmos, son of Ibana, at El Kab, provides a picture of the status of foreign slaves during the first part of the New Kingdom, boasting more than once that the king had allowed him to treat as slaves the Asiatics he had captured as spoils of war. In one of the few administrative archives of Dynasty 18, the correspondence of Ahmos of Penyati, the mother of an Egyptian female servant, Bakhet, complains that the master to whom she had entrusted her daughter has now passed her on to someone else. This would suggest that Egyptian servants, unlike foreign slaves, were usually not treated as objects for trade, but rather as employees. So now they're talking about employees now all of a sudden. The issue then reaches the courtroom where it becomes somewhat complex. But Ahmos of Penyati says to his lord, the treasurer, T, why is it that the maidservant who was with me has been taken away to be given to someone else? Am I not your servant who obeys your orders night and day? Let payment for her be accepted for her to be with me, because she is only a child and unable to work. Or let my lord command that I be made to bear her workload just like any maidservant of my lord, because her mother writes me saying, it was you who allowed my daughter to be taken away, although she was there in your charge. However, since she is a daughter to you, I have not complained to my lord. So she says by way of complaint. Now it's the Papyrus Louvre. Another case of ownership of maidservant is the concern of a letter sent to Ahmos. Tahu greets the scribe Ahmos in life and prosperity in favor of Amun-Ra. Amen-Ra. This is a missive to inform you about the case of the maidservant Bakhet, who is in the charge of the mayor Tetimos. The master of slaves, Herimeru, Abui, was sent to him to say, come, you shall litigate with him, Tahu. But he refused to be legally answerable for many because of what because of what the overseer of field workers, Ramos, had said. Look, as for this maidservant, charge the laptop. Look, as for this maid, look, as for this maidservant, she is a maidservant belonging to the mayor Mini, the sailor, whereas he does not give heed to me so as to litigate with me in the court of magistrates. Papyrus BM 10107. BM is British Museum. People given as reward are still referred to with Middle Kingdom terms such as heads or people. Habashi, 1950. The Annals of Thutmose or Jehotimes III defined foreign prisoners of war as men, remechu, in captivity, and employed the term meri, dependent, to refer to people serving in temples or households, including foreign captives. The official Minmos received 150 dependents from the king as a reward for having contributed to the foundation of numerous temples. Sorry, I wanted to mute, but it didn't work. The shortcut didn't work. So Now, as regards these temples that I have just mentioned, I laid their foundations, directing with absolute diligence the work on these great monuments, with which my Lord has satisfied the gods. My intelligence was constantly at his service. His Majesty praised me for my great ability and promised me a more rapid promotion than that of other official. 150 dependents, menu, presents, and clothes were given to me. From the reign of Amenhotep III on, however, forced labor in temples seems to have been reserved for male and female slaves. Hemu Hemut, a term also applied to Shaptis. Shaptis are the statues. It's also called Ushaptis sometimes. The lake of the temple was high because of the great inundation, filled with fish and birds, pure with flowers. His workhouse was full of male and female slaves, the children of princes in all foreign lands, His Majesty's spoils. The shift in the status of local workforce is an evident sign of an overall evolution of Egyptian social fabric as a result of foreign involvement during the late Dynasty 18. Military and commercial activity brought many Asiatics to Egypt, either as booty or as slaves, bought in slave markets. Slave markets? Okay. I'd like to know more about this. This is also shown, and where will be those slave markets? Was it in Kemet? This is also shown by the branding of war prisoners. An example is provided by the sea people seen in Medinet Habu, and of soldiers in general. During the late Bronze Age, branding of war prisoners. I went to Medinet Habu. So, Medinet Habu. Anyway, let's see some other time. And of soldiers in general. Oh, we have a mention of Papyrus Harris first. But this time it is Menu, Bernadette Menu, who talks about it. Her 2004 text. During the late Bronze Age, Egypt was the main purchaser of slaves in the Mediterranean market, according to Hyder 1966, probably controlled by Asiatic Bedouins. Do you hear that? You hear that, brothers and sisters? Who controlled this market? Probably the Asiatic Bedouins. My goodness. They've been doing it from way back. From way back, man. But nobody gives them smoke. Nobody gives them smoke. They get a pass. Somehow, someway. I know why. I know why they get a pass. Because they're Abrahamic. We remember the biblical tale of Joseph being sold to Ishmaelite traders on their way to Egypt, Genesis 37, which finds a documentary counterpart in a captain's sale of foreign slaves, Hoffman 2005, page 196 to 199. Slaves could be rented for a certain period by people of relatively humble social condition, and the motive for hiring out a female slave could be as mundane as the need for new clothes, although the actual price appears high. Year 27, third month of the summer season, day 20, under the majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Neb-Ma'at-Ra, that's what's up, son of Ra, Amenhotep III, granted eternal life like his father Ra each day. Rekhem Nesut Biti Neb-Ma'at-Ra Sa-Ra Imenhotep Redi or D Ankh Jet Mi it F Ra, and then it's Ra Neb, coincidentally. The day in which Neb Mehi, a shepherd in the temple of Amenhotep, presented himself to the shepherd Messi, saying, I am without clothes. Let me be given the value of 2 days' work of my slave girl Harit. So the shepherd Messi gave him a a Dayu garment worth 3.5 shati, and a Seju garment worth a half shati. Then he came back to me once more and said, give me the value of 4 days' work of the slave girl Henut. So the shepherd Messi gave him grain worth 4 shati, 6 goats worth 3 shati, and silver worth 1 shati, for a total value of 12 shati. So you see here, it doesn't say 50 shekels for raping a girl. See, 50 shekels of silver for raping a girl. See, what I mentioned of silver here, but it's for some day's work, for the worth of some day's work, not for the rape of a woman. But 2 of the working days of the slave girl Henut were particularly hot. For this reason, he gave me 2 more days' work of Meriem Tuf, and 2 days' work for the slave Nesethi, in the presence of several witnesses. Papyrus Berlin 9784. So Real is asking, who's buying who? Well, I don't think there's any buying right there. I may be wrong, but it appears to me that in exchange for some clothing and other stuff, then there will be some days' work being done. Just like we're working today in exchange of some monetary value. But I may be wrong. I may have misread that thing. The same practice is documented in the community of Der El Medina, where each family could benefit from a servant's Hemhemet days of service. Heru ni Baki. The service was granted by the administration of the royal tomb as a payment for goods or other services with other village inhabitants. These servants appear on the same salary list as workmen and others paid by the administration. But they range clearly at the bottom of the social spectrum at Der El Medina. Grande once again, 2000. Now we need to read this again. These servants, sometimes they use slave, but these servants appear on the same salary lists. There's people on the list, some people being paid, man, who receive the salary. Some of the workmen possessed private servants, male, female, and children, or had a share in them. How they were compensated by their owners for their work is not documented. People in servitude also had the right to be treated equally when they broke the law. People in servitude had the right to be treated equally when they broke the law. A female slave found guilty of theft was sentenced to give back twice the value of what she had stolen. From the Papyrus Leiden Museum is beautiful as well as the Netherlands, or Holland as some people call it. A number of administrative texts from the New Kingdom present different legal opportunities for slaves to be freed. Oh my goodness. Often linked to a form of quiproquo between slave and master, as in the case of a slave who agreed to marry an invalid niece. So man, it says a number of administrative texts from the New Kingdom present different legal opportunities for slaves to be freed. Year 27 under His Majesty the King of Upper and Lower Egypt, Menheper Ra, son of Ra, Thutmose, given life eternity like Ra. the barber of the king, Sabastet, entered into the presence of the young princess of the royal palace, saying, "My slave, one of my own people, Heseb, named Aminu, whom I had taken prisoner with my own arm when I accompanied the king. He has never been struck nor imprisoned behind a door of the royal palace. I gave him as wife Takemnet, the blind one, daughter of my sister Nebeta." Now check this out. Who had previously lived with my wife and my sister. Now this person here is saying that one of his slave that he had taken prisoner when he accompanied the king has never been struck nor imprisoned, and he, the master, gave his quote-unquote slave a wife. We even have the name of the wife. And who did the master give as wife to his slave? The daughter of his sister, his niece. He gave his niece to marry his slave. My goodness, scholarship is great. And we're going to have the reference after, I expect. He now leaves the house being deprived of nothing. He leaves the house being deprived of nothing. He's not lacking for anything. And if he decides to agree to a legal compromise with my sister, no one will ever do anything against him. No one will ever do anything against him. The reference is Seth, then you have Urk, 4, and you have these references. Now the Urk, U-R-K, I think has something to do with the Wörterbuch. Urken den des Ägyptischen Altertums. I'm going to share the link in the chat for all purposes. It's German. So my pronunciation was probably way off. While in earlier periods, a dependent humbly addressed a socially higher person referring to himself as back servant. During the New Kingdom, the word hem, laborer, came to be used in its place. As a laborer, serves his master, so I want to serve my Lord. Papyrus Lansing, 11.3, Gardner, 1937. The same practice applies to administrative and legal documents in which servants are identified by social status and by name. The term back, however, was still in use to describe a community of servants. Miscellanies, Caminos, 1954, Gardner, 1937, as well as historical and biographical text conversion presenting slaves either as a war booty or as chosen from the elite of the occupied territories. In the historical section of Papyrus Harris 1, that's the collection that cost $260. The longest papyrus from ancient Egypt. An important Ramside administrative text that lists the property of the most important Egyptian temples. The king speaks of a manpower consisting of foreign warriors and prisoners of war captured during his military campaign, and how these were received in Egypt. Are brought back in great numbers those that my sword are spared. And this is the quotation that the brother Tuvel has let us know about in Wikipedia entry about the Papyrus Harris. I brought back in great numbers those that my sword has spared, with their hands tied behind their backs for my horses. Maybe people prefer the method of Attila the Hun, who has a reputation for destroying everything in his path, killing everybody in his path. But anyway, and their wives and children in tens of thousands, and their livestock in hundreds of thousands. I imprisoned their leaders in fortresses bearing my name, and I added to them chief archers and tribal chiefs, branded and enslaved, tattooed with my name, their wives and children being treated in the same way. And I'm curious as to know the hieroglyphic text, so I can look up the words and their meanings. But it depends if people, want to support me in this. It's interesting, there are no stories of a slave working on the pyramid or monuments yet. It wasn't slaves who work on the pyramids, it was skilled workers. It was villages or settlements, camps for workers in the area. So you have the author India Grande from his book from 1994 that is now $260, $230, 230 euros. It's two books. It's a collection of three books. The third book is what is it called again? Some sort of appendix, a glossary. There it is, a glossary. See, so it was initially sold like volume 1, volume 2, and I presume volume 3, and then they were saying the volume 1 and volume 2 together. You see, and ultimately the volume 3 separately, or all three of them together. So that's $260, 230 euros is all three of them. The glossary will not be that helpful to me, I presume. But anyway, a slave could become free through adoption by his or her owner. Let's repeat this. A slave could become free through adoption by his or her owner. So not only a slave could become free, but it could be adopted by the owner. A sterile woman adopts the children whom her husband fathered with a female slave, which implicitly shows that in the absence of such a procedure, the legal state of slavery must have been hereditary. It seems to have been a common practice in the ancient Near East. In Genesis 30, 11 to 13, Jacob's wives, Rachel and Leah, sent their husbands to their maid servants to conceive the children they could not bear because of sterility or advanced age, and to take them as their own offspring. In the so-called adoption papyrus, the term free citizen in the land of the Pharaoh is used in opposition to servant or slave. My goodness. And you can read Gardner 1933. So once again, in the so-called adoption papyrus, the term free citizen in the land of the Pharaoh is used in opposition to servant or slave. We bought the slave girl, Dieni Hatiri, and she gave birth to 3 children, a boy and 2 girls, 3 in all. And I adopted, fed, and raised them, and to this day they have never treated me badly. On the contrary, they have treated me well. And I have no sons or daughters other than them. And the overseer of the stables, Bendu, connected to me by family ties, since he is my younger brother, came into my house and took the elder sister, Taimenut, as his wife. His brother took one of his slave, quote unquote slave, as his wife. My goodness. And I accepted this on her behalf, and he is now with her. Now I have free. Microphone check. Microphone check 1, 2. Zip it down. Rip me off and smash. Chase me like a Hyksos. As well. Now I have freed her, And if she gives birth to a son or daughter, they too will be free citizens. Remech Nemhi in the land of the Pharaoh, since they will be with the overseer of the stables, Bendu, my younger brother, and the other 2 children will live with their elder sister in the house of this overseer of the stables, Bendu, my younger brother, whom I today adopt as my son, exactly as they are. I hereby make the people whom I have put on record free citizens of the land of Pharaoh, and if any son, daughter, brother, or sister of their mother and their father should contest their rights, except Padiu, this son of mine, for they are indeed no longer with him as servants back, but are with him as brothers and children, being free citizens of the land of Pharaoh, may a donkey copulate with him, and a donkey with his wife, whoever it be that shall call any of them a servant. You know what's funny? We have donkey of the day. The Breakfast Club. Charlemagne the God has the privilege of labeling people donkey of the day for some wrongdoings or wrong words. And thousands of years ago, these guys say that whoever calls those formerly enslaved people or servant people, if they are labeled or called servant, then may a donkey copulate with him. And you should know what copulate means. Similar to, the zip it down business, or what some Hebrews some do with children. Now, that's interesting. So if you want to be poetic, you say, may a donkey copulate with you if you mess with me. I know people are going to look at you crazy, but the use of the term free citizen, remech nemehi, in opposition to servant back requires a historical comment. The basic meaning of nemehi refers to the condition of the orphan or of the poor. In Middle Kingdom texts, the expression the poor woman of the city, nemetnut, acquired a semantic connotation of free woman and became the feminine equivalent to citizen. Ankh ni nut. I'm sorry. Literally, living as in living person of the city. From the beginning of the New Kingdom, nemehi could also be used to describe people who received from the administration an allotment of land, often as recompense or reward for military service, which in practice became their property. These landholders formed a new social group. May he, the king, prompt the officials, seriu, to remain in possession of their properties and the citizens, nemehu, to stay in their towns. Stella of Meren Ptah. That's the stele that is misnomer. That's the stele who earned the misnomer of the Israel stele. That's a stele where people claim it says Israel, and we know it doesn't say Israel. You've heard me say so many times why it doesn't say Israel, because first of all, it spells ECDR phonetically. Secondly, we have the determinative of the seated man and the woman, and 3 strokes, which is the mark of the plural. So it's talking about people, not a place. Their property, however, risked to be confiscated by state representatives. This kind of abuse is treated in the decree released by King Horemheb in the aftermath of the so-called Amarna period. The Amarna period, that's Akhenaten who was stripping and tried to change some tradition that was like 2,000 years old, and I don't know if it's the influence of the Asiatics, but anyway. Another way in which a slave could become free was to be purified, sawab, i.e. to enter temple service. The clearest formulation is found in the restoration stela of Tutankhamen, King Tut. Now, for those who haven't seen the movie, or those who have seen it, the movie X-Men Apocalypse, you hear Wab. The root is Wab. Now, the form you hear in the movie is Wabbit. You see? And that's early in the movie when Storm texts Apocalypse to her house and he's watching the TV. He puts his hand on the TV. And she asks him, "What are you doing?" He says, "Learning." And when he removes his hand from the TV, he says, "This word needs to be Wabbit." Now, some versions of the movie will have the subtitles and they will put cleanse. Cleanse, purify, same thing. Now, Andrew Bennett, thank you for telling me that you can hear me. V. Bennett is still here. Storm has joined us. She's in the place to be. Storm wrote, "V. Bennett, you put those academic assassin hands on Chief X, though. I appreciate that. Chief X will take some time to recover." I mean, he's been making those claims for years, and in one exchange, it was destruction. His Majesty built the box of the god on the Nile in cedar wood of the best in Lebanon, of the most prized along the Asiatic coast, inlaid with gold from the finest of foreign lands, so that the Nile was illuminated. His Majesty purified slaves, men and women, singers and dancing girls, who previously had been slave girls assigned, that's how they translate it, assigned to the work of grinding in the royal palace. They were rewarded for the work done for the royal palace and for the treasure of the Lord of the two lands, Tawi. I declare them freed from slavery. I wonder what they translate by slavery. I think it's probably Baku, basically being servant, and reserved for the service of the fathers. All the gods wishing to satisfy them by doing that which their Ka desires. Ka, spirit or life force, because they protected Egypt. While the king maintained nominal property over slaves until Dynasty 18, Ramside, Egypt witnessed the development of private ownership of slaves who could now be bought and sold. Papyrus Cairo 65739, for example, describes a long legal dispute between a soldier and a woman concerning the ownership of two Syrian slaves. They were international then, man. Slaves were now provided some legal protection and own property. Oh my goodness, I need to get something to drink because it's getting crazier as we read. And when I say crazier, it's not in a negative sense. Slaves were now provided some legal protection and owned property. The dichotomy is off the chain. Where should I play where I get something to quench my thirst? Should I play? It was on my channel.
Shaka, all these niggas sleep with each other's wives, brother. All of them. Our brother, me and Kwana ain't beefing, but
Wives?
Kwana,
You mean wives' daughters?
no, they sleep with each other's wives. Like, say a Hebrew Israelite is married to one of these brothers, and she breaks up with them. Next thing you know, she's with the other Hebrew Israelite. The mighty Hebrew, brother Zabak, and brother Kwana had the same wife at one point in time. Now, this is common knowledge, so I'm not banging on my brother Kwana. Everybody knows this. See? So that's why when you look at it, you got to be like, come on, man. All they do is bang on each other. I don't care about that shit, because I know you are fucking men who make mistakes. You are just men who make mistakes like everybody else, brother. There's nothing special about you because you following some spook-ass God, some God who we know is narcissistic, who's demonic, who's a goddamn liar, who's bipolar. The
who got
God of the
drunk.
Bible is a bipolar motherfucker.
You know what's funny? He also called the God of the Bible a bee. And those Hebrew Israelites did not object.
The minute they talk about your God, look at what you doing. Acting like a bitch, losing all your emotion. So another said the God is a bitch. Yes, I said the motherfucker's a bitch. You said that you talk so much about Kemet. I don't give a fuck about that because it's all man-made shit. You don't see me turned up and going crazy and putting your name. Oh, Judah said this. I don't give a fuck.
So when he insulted their God, they didn't mind. Now that the black is hot, it looks like they have more fear of the police than God, man. As if the police is more powerful than what they call the Most High. Now they don't want to be associated anymore now. It's recruitment time over there now. Any of the homies welcome now. They can have the airtime over there now. And we learned that, according to Filthy Frankie, they sleep with each other's wife. They're doing the rebound. You know, the basketball rebound. Anyway. Hey, Bennett says that he has even more for Chief X. Maybe the police is their God. Who knows? So once again, slaves were now provided some legal protection and owned property. The Papyrus Wilbur, which dates from the time of Ramesses V, is the most important pharaonic register of land assessment and refers more than once to slaves among the owners of the land being assessed. Oh my goodness. This Papyrus Wilbur refers more than once to slaves amongst the owners of the land being assessed. Gardiner talks about this back in 1944 and 1952. I wasn't even born yet, and Sir Alan Gardiner already dealt with that early. Have you been wrote, as far as GFX is concerned, I have bad intentions. So you have bad character as well. When you don't quote what they like, they tell you have bad intentions, you have bad character, man. You're supposed to help me out, man. Modernize, one of the most disconcerting aspects of the New Kingdom slavery is the presence of houses of female slaves, apparently devoted to the production of slave labor. In Papyrus Harris I, still the same one that I would like to get my hands on. The papyrus itself, there's no price on that, but that book. The prayer to Ptah at the beginning of the section devoted to the temple of Memphis contains a reference to a settlement which seems to have been intended for the production of slave labor. I've issued for you great decrees with secret words recorded in the archives of Egypt, built out of masses of scalpel-worked stone. And I have organized the service at your noble temple in eternity and a reorganization of your woman's pure foundation. Gereget, Wabet, Net, Hemut have gathered their children that had been scattered in the service of others, and I have destined them for you in the service of the temple of Ptah as an order established for them in eternity. Papyrus Harris the First, 48.8-9. The biblical text of Genesis 47:13, I don't know what FF means, FF dot, tells us that Egyptians could opt to become slaves when forced to do so by famine. selling their possessions and also their own persons. In this vein, a priest of Medina Abu Neb named Amenhau. One second. Great. So, a priest named Amenhau discusses in his second marriage contract the fate of 13 servants. 9 servants are passed on to the children of his first wife, and the other 4 are given to his second wife to become her property if her husband dies or in event of divorce. This document is interesting because it presents, alongside the local servants, a foreign female slave, Hemet, and above all, because Amenhau's 2 wives are described as citizeness, Anket net nut. They enjoy the same status that we found in the document from Elephantine, in which its citizen accept a request for emancipation of a female slave was half owned by the city. So there was a request to free a female slave. The generic term appears in sources from the Middle Dynasty 18 onward, when women took a more active part in private legal procedures. Bernadette Menu, 2004. It's pronounced menu in French, but you pronounce it menu in English. In Amenhau's contract, the formula chosen by the vizier is revealing. Even if it had not been his wife, but a Syrian or a Nubian whom he loved and to whom he gave a property of his, who should make void what he did, let the 4 slaves which fall to his lot with the citizeness Anoxenegem, it's probably Inek Senegem, or maybe Inek S Negem, but this is probably I am Inek, which is for which we have a Hebrew counterpart, Anoki. I made a video about that anyway. The 10 Commandments, I am thy God, Lord, blah, 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 Anoki. Maybe nature is Inek for I am, but anyway. Nejem, one of the meaning of Nejem is sweet. So, with the citizeness, Anoxenegem be given together with her, which he has said he will give her. My 2/3, in addition to her 1/8, and no son or daughter of mine, i.e. Amenhau, shall question this arrangement which I have made for her this day. This is a Turin papyrus this time. Egyptian laborers made up what will now be called a lower class, whose status appears to oscillate between that of unpaid foreign slaves and that of paid local workers. Well, when we talk about lower class, in no way we're dealing with slavery. Later periods. Damn, how many more pages, man? Because okay, it's about the end. Okay, we'll be finished soon. During the first millennium BCE, Egyptian society became increasingly characterized by an ethnic blend. While in the New Kingdom, the relatively large numbers of servants and slaves had made them a basic, although textually underspecified, component of Egypt's social texture. As the imperial power declined and Egypt lost its influence in Asia, the number of slaves in the Nile Valley decreased considerably. Foreigners in Egypt were now mostly organized as autonomous communities, such as those of Greek, Semitic, or Carian mercenaries in places such as Elephantine or Naucratis. References to slavery from the beginning of the first millennium are significantly less frequent than those of the Ramside period. An inscription in which the Libyan potentate Shawshank, great chief of the Meshwesh and future founder of Dynasty 22 between 1962 and 736 BCE, declares that he wishes to establish a religious foundation in Abydos to maintain the funerary cult of his father Nemlot, Cairo JE 66285. Blackman talks about it in 1941. There appears among the personnel of the foundation a field worker responsible for 4 laborers, Hemu. After this period, this term disappears from administrative documents. The status of slave, if any, remains elusive. It comes as no surprise, therefore, that in the 5th century BCE, the Greek historian Herodotus does not mention the slave among the 7 classes of Egyptians, Aegyption hepta genia, that he considers representative of Egyptian society as a whole. The Egyptians are divided into 7 classes named after their occupations: priests, warriors, cowherds, swineherds, tradesmen, interpreters, and sailors. History 2.164. And I am an interpreter. That's what I do for a living. Nor is it surprising that a few decades later, Plato's analysis of Egyptian society very much resembles Herodotus's. In the dialogue Timaeus, an Egyptian priest talks to the Athenian lawmaker Solon about the laws in his own country. In the first place, there was a class, genus, of priests which is separated from all the others. Next, there are the artificers, who ply their several crafts by themselves and do not intermix. And then there is the class of shepherds and of hunters, and then that of husbandmen. And you will also observe that the warriors in Egypt are distinct from all other classes and are commanded by the law to devote themselves solely to military pursuit. Sounds a bit like, the Spartans, that are portrayed in the movie 300. Also, during the Roman period, Diodorus Siculus divided Egyptian society apart from the army into three classes of free citizens: shepherds, field workers, and craftsmen. Priests, soldiers, and peasants were in fact the 3 social components emerging in the early 1st millennium BCE from the disintegration of imperial society. Priests occupied a privileged position administering the temple economy, which had become much greater than that of the palace. Most professional soldiers were mercenaries, employed from time to time by different dynasties. Field workers and shepherds were the working poor, Nemehu. As mentioned above, the term Nemehi, whose original meaning was orphan or poor, had been used in the Middle Kingdom to refer to free but economically weak women. By the end of the New Kingdom, the term indicated untaxed landholders, free people in the land of Pharaoh, who had reached economic independence through an allotment of land. In Egyptian society of the 1st millennium BCE, whose political horizons had been reduced at the most to the Nile Valley, there was no longer room for large-scale slavery, so that semi-institutional servitude had been replaced by 2 forms of socio-economic dependency. On the one hand, by the cooperative link between the individual and his professional group, so tight a link that the professional group appeared to Greek observers to be a closed social class. On the other hand, by a more frequent recourse to commercial transactions of servants who could eventually free themselves from this form of tight dependency, and finally by selling oneself as a servant in order to avoid economic hardship, as in the Cairo stele. In this respect, contrasts from the Said and Persian periods provide no example of differentiation between indigenous and foreign people. Slaves called men of the North appear in documents from the Kushite and Said periods, such as Papyrus Louvre E 3228C or Papyrus Vatican 10574. Servitude was often the result of the search of economic protection and could be encouraged by religious motivations, which clearly suggests that this form of tight dependency was closer to clientship than to slavery. You have acted so that I am in agreement with you about my price to become your servant. I am now your servant, and no one will henceforth be able to take me from you, nor shall I be able to assign myself, become to another that shall remain in your service along with my children, even in the case of cession of money, grain, or any other property of the country. Louvre E706. So this is, when you see Louvre, that's the Louvre Museum. So this is the reference of the artifact. See, the servant Tapnebetinis, daughter of Sebekmeni, and of her mother Esoeri, said before my lord Sobek, lord of Tebtinis, or Tebtinis, depending how you want to pronounce it, the great God, I am your servant, as are my children and my children's children. I shall never be free, in your temple for eternity. You will look after me, keep me, safeguard me, keep me healthy, protect me from all male and female spirits, from every man in trance, from every epileptic, from every drowned man, from every drunkard, oh, woof woof, from every nightmare, from every dead man, from every man of the river, from every man, from every foe, from every red thing, every misadventure, every plague. Papyrus, British Museum, 10622, line 7 to 14. Thompson talked about it in 1940. Greek papyri in Egypt reveal a rise in Hellenistic forms of slavery. Based on capture in war, the purchase of slaves from Syria and Palestine, as described, for example, in Zeno's papyri. So all those people who say they hate the Africans because of what they did to my people, well, in Syria and Palestine, they used to be selling slaves like crazy. The enslavement of debtors and the inherited status of slaves' children born in their master's house. In the text of the Ptolemaic period, however, the most common form of servitude, including voluntary servitude, had turned to be that of temple service. The freeborn person was now in contrast with someone born within the walls of the temple, the last bastion of Egyptian high culture in an increasingly syncretistic society. Final remarks. The study of servitude and slavery in ancient Egypt is instructive from a threefold perspective. From the historical standpoint, pharaonic Egypt shows the adaptation of different forms of servitude to varying economic needs and political ideas, ranging from a widespread extent of coerced labor during the Old Kingdom, when the whole of Egyptian society was heavily dependent on state control, to politically motivated restrictions of freedom during the Middle Kingdom, and to an abundance of foreign slaves in the New Kingdom, to end with different forms of voluntary servitude during the first millennium BCE. From a social point of view, the important changes that took place in the pharaonic world during the 3,000 years of its written history display an evolution from the pyramidal model of the Memphite period to the meritocracy of the Middle Kingdom, from Ramside bureaucratic centralism to the emergence of closed social and religious groups during the late period. From the cultural point of view, the study of forms and patterns of Egyptian servitude allows us to outline a cultural history of Egypt, which reveals, on the other hand, the inner workings of an autocratic ancient Near Eastern society. On the other hand, glimpses of extraordinary modernity, such as the distrust in rigid legal codification of social status. And then you have the bibliographic notes, or more simply the bibliography. So that's it. I was glad to share this with you all, brothers and sisters. Sister Neo X is about to go live. Let me share the link. It will be in about 15 minutes. No. Oh, Is Frankie gossiping? Look at the title of Frankie's video. He wants to talk about molestation now? He wants to show to the judge that he's he wants to reinvent himself. Israel doctrine, the story of Hassan Campbell and Africa Bambaataa, how it got crazy. Are they all going to shame the victim again, like they've done in the past? Anyway, let me share Sister New X upcoming live stream. Oh, should we go back to back then? Okay, that's what's up. Well, one dude was spared though. You know, the snake dude was scared. Well, he was spared. But I guess, yeah, she addressed him, you know, in the live stream. But anyway, look at this. I think she will go over the time limit and she will just do the other one. But here, this one will take place in 24 hours. Okay, that one is tomorrow. Okay, so my bad. The next one, she has changed the date, obviously. Yeah, in 70 minutes. It's the next live stream. When I just shared this for tomorrow. Now, Sugar Hayes wrote, were those who built the pyramids and the Sphinx and the Valley of the Kings, etc., paid workers or slaves? There's no indication that they were slaves. The people who built the pyramid, there's villages. I mean, there's like some settlement or camps around the construction area. You see, on that book, there's a mention of a guy named Kunsu. Was it called Kunsu, or was he drinking with Kunsu? That's earlier than Ramses III. That's okay. That's page 78. On these notes, there's a large flake of limestone from it's a long name, Kwenhekepeshef's village, with a list of absences from work, a list of people who did not turn up for work. And the document is shown, you know. I mean, unfortunately, you know how it is, but that's the actual document. And you can see that you have the writing in black, but you also have some writing in red. One of these notes is a list of who was off work from the work gang in the year 40 of Ramses II, around 1250 BC. We know that one man called Penub was off one day because his mother was ill, while another called Penduau was off because he was drinking with Kunsu. He was off work because he was drinking with Kunsu. Their names are written from right to left in a column down the right with the dates they were off work. Their excuses are written above in red ink. Red ink is often used to highlight certain words. A papyrus tells how these workers went on strike because they had not received their wages on time. So, could slaves go on strike because they had not been paid? Tony Williams addressed Sugar Hayes by saying workers were sometimes paid with wheat, barley, and beer, henneket, indeed. Which sounds very similar to Hennekein. So when I found out that Medunet word, then I went to look at the etymology of Hennekein. but it's just a, I mean, Heineken, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but it's a very famous brand of beer. Most likely coming out of the Germanic lands. So, brothers and sisters, what should we do with this? Now, I don't know that other website. AB Books, I've used it before, so I'll be more comfortable. So, what's a calculator? 2, 5, 3, 42 plus the 524 shipping. It's only that much because it is shipping from within France. That's 258.66. So let's round it up to 260. And let's say, well, if 10 people get on board, that's $26 each. If 20 people get on board, that's $13 each. Danny Williams wrote email with details. If y'all want to go in, Chaka. I don't understand. Please rephrase. And really, I don't mind paying half. So 260, that's 130. Now 130 divided by 10, yeah, that'll be $13 each. No problem, I'm in. So best way, it's gonna be midnight in 5 minutes and it's hot. It's hotter than a mofo. My paper, oh, dang. Here's something towards that book. Thank you, brother. I have to make the conversion because this is the money out of Denmark. Here's my PayPal. Now, let me do the conversion to find out how much that is. Not to pocket watch, but just to know how much left I have, for that book. So, EKK to euros. All right, so that's 26.85 euros. So 130. Well, okay, let's do it this way, man. Whoever feels generous, you have my PayPal address here. And hold on. Disregard, it was reference to the book, which you just gave details. I was actually thinking about this all day. I looked at so many libraries online. You know what I'm saying? I actually went to one library in my city, but it's closed on Sunday. On Monday. Many times in France, when they open on Saturday, then on Monday they will be closed. Because over there on that library, they have a website, but they don't have a listing and all that. I was thinking that maybe, but I don't. I could go around Paris and seek for it, but most likely, I don't know. But yeah, I was thinking about this all day, man. About getting that one. But that article is great, man. I loved it. I love the article. It may be confusing for those who are not familiar with the transliteration. It looks like a bunch of letters and special characters, special symbols. But I've been reading them as we came through. I mean, as we went through them. But the same can be done with the Hebrew. and other quote unquote Semitic languages or other ancient languages. But it's good to know what the glyphs say. And then there's plenty of dictionaries to get some clarity. So I understand that it may have been a bit technical. But indeed, good luck to Real. I didn't even know it was the longest papyrus from ancient Egypt, man. I must say, man. I must say that people looked out for me when I informed that I was about to do a museum trip. You know. Yeah, the the euro and the US dollars are kind of almost the same now. Yeah, indeed. So we always says yes, yeah, it's deep. No. But yeah, people really looked out for me for that museum trip. You know, and also when I went to Milano's museum, the section about ancient Egypt was also under construction. So then I made a video. I was at the train station, the Milano train station. I was about to make my way in Bologna. So I told people, hey, this is what happened. I'm saying? People look out for me. And yeah, people, came through with the donation. So I remember that. So no matter what, I'm not tripping because I know, people have been kind. That first museum trip, I went just driving, with the family. I first went to Lyon, which is in the south of France, because I'm in the Paris outskirts. So I got that museum. Of course, I shared the artifacts that I filmed. Then I went to Italy. I went to Torino. And was it on the way back that I went to Switzerland? But I went to Geneva's museum as well. And like I said, Basel Museum. Fortunately, the Department for Ancient Egypt was under construction. And is there another one that I went to? I forgot. There's one that I wanted to go to. I forgot which one it was, and maybe it was Milano because I called and it's like it wasn't available. I see I have a fair bit of videos from that exhibit of Ramesses II. I have some videos. Hold on, but I don't want to share them now. I want to have more people because there's going to be a shift, and we're going to have the serious people, not the follower groupie suckers. So I have videos from Amsterdam Museum. I have videos from the museum in Portugal. I still have some videos from Bologna Museum in Italy, from the museum in Madrid in Spain, a little bit from the Louvre Museum. I still have a little bit left from Denmark Museum, Copenhagen, and that's about it. So, yeah. And really, I would like to go to the Meadow. I bought that thing just to share books. I mean, it's not really shown well, but it's some people call it a visualizer. What do they call it here? Anyway, I bought it just so I can, show the books, go through the books. I have a hieroglyphic dictionary, which is quite recent, 2019. It's quite recent. They don't do them every year. And it is by a lady called Yvonne Bonani, but initially it was another guy who's deceased now, called, hold on, Okay, I'll tell you the name. It's at the bottom of the pie, so I take it. I'm gonna have to. I'll tell you the name of the scholar. Banani. Is it Ashraf? Yes, Ashraf Alexander Sadek, who first worked on it, and she assisted him. And I think he passed on, but she continued the work, and it's complete. You know what? Hold on. Which website? That's the one I have. Shaka, can you verify you got the Cash App? Oh yeah, I got it. Thank you. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. Yeah, I got it. I got the email. That's the one I have. September 2014. Does he have a Wikipedia entry? Ashraf Beck. I don't think he has a Wikipedia page. And the funny thing is that, you know, this lady, that's in French, so if anybody's a French speaker, this lady that I told you about that just passed away last month, she's with him. Bernadette Menu and Ashraf Sadek published their second volume about their trilogy on the entry of Christ in Egypt. So obviously that's fictional at this point. Oh no. That's not Bernadette Menu. This is probably his lady, and she happens to be called Bernadette. You know, I'm about to spread some fake news right now. It would have been a honest mistake. So we had two people who participated for the potential purchase of this book. Donnie Williams, you know, sent $25. So there's $200 left to make the long story short. So I'm cool to pay half. I'm cool to pay 100. So $100. I mean, those. Etymological Dictionary of Greek. That was about $100, $90, something like that. 90 euros. Volume 1, Volume 2. And I still have to go over some Middle Nature words in that lexicon that I've shared several times. Many different languages, African languages, and even Greek words, and some French words. So, well, if 10 people get on board, it's $10 each. We have 20 people watching right now. So just half of it, just holler with $10 and we're good to go. I'll place the order tonight. Tonight. How about that? Is that too much to ask? Then I pay the other 100. And if it's just 20 people, then that's $5 each. So 20 people can pay $5. I pay 100. E. Bennett already contributed. Donnie Williams already contributed. I will contribute the most part, but hey, I'm the one who's definitely interested in getting that thing. And then can go to the book, to the longest papyrus from Kemet. So how about that? Does it sound good? $5 each? Come on, y'all, tonight. And $5. Come on, brothers and sisters. That's what's up, young Harry. Thank you. He contributed. So it's no longer 100, it's 90. So 90 divided by 20. Oh, that's 4.5. Okay, let's say 5 each. Okay. And when I say 5 each, hey, if you feel like sending 10, send 10. If you feel like sending 15, 20. But please don't use a super chat or super sticker. That's what young Harry did, because YouTube will take 30%. And plus I get that in a month. So please prioritize PayPal. No, if I not, we have yeah, I paid half. I paid 100. Paid 100. But by the reaction, it looks like people are not really eager. Hey, it is what it is, man. But you know what? For those who we catch the live stream after, I won't super chat again, lol. LOL. Well, for those who have a lot of subscribers, the 30% that YouTube keeps is not a thing, because they get so many super chats. So some people don't have to do the 9 to 5. They can leave off just of the donation on top of the monetization of the videos. Zoom to PayPal. Zoom to PayPal? Oh, obviously for PayPal. Oh, that's what's up. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, well, it's just 80 now. So you can just contribute. You have 20 people now. 21 actually. Just $4 each. Just $4 each. And we get the 80 out of the way, and I pay the remaining 100. Because V. Bennett and Donnie Williams, they've already covered the 50 out of the 250. So we are progressing, First got the 50 out of the way. And out of the 100, we are down to 280 now. So if 20 people holler with $4, then we're good. There's 100 remaining, and I'll pay that. It's possible. It's not impossible. Bennett wrote, yeah, I want to know what's in that book. Me too. How to contribute. But you know what? I think I'm going to go ahead, because some people contributed. And hopefully some people after the live stream will see this part and just say, hey, I'm going to do my share. But it's not cool that people contribute and then, I don't get the book. So it's like, it's like I'm saying, I'm getting paper and, I ain't getting the book. You know what I'm saying? So, I guess I'm going to remind people, hey, I coughed $180. So, I wouldn't mind. Let me place the order. Hold on. I'll grab my wallet. Hold on. Oh yeah, sister. I saw your email earlier. I'm not sure if I can have that thing that you talked about. Damn, Donnie Williams. Oh, that's what's up, man. He basically covered what I was expecting to be covered, so I can comfortably pay half of the stuff. I appreciate that, brother. And with that large donation of Donnie Williams, and I know it's into the meta nature. Now I'd be damned if they don't have the hieroglyphic transcript. But at least we'll have the translation. I don't think he will put the hieratic. I'm sure you have the hieroglyphic transcript. I wanted to clear that up. But like I said, the National French Library was not open in the morning. But I have all these other books, man. So we're gonna go to some Medu, man. We're gonna go to some Medu, man. So let me place the order, man. Now, Emotive University TV wrote, send me your Cash App link, bro, Shaq. Now hold on, Cash App, but I really prefer PayPal. But I'm gonna share both. Also, I want to help break the chain of pseudo YouTube scholars selling garbage lessons. Now, let me just place the order. Okay, I'll do standard shipping. Standard shipping 2 to 5 business days. Priority shipping 2 to 5 business days. And they're funny. But it's the same price, so they are being fair. But one thing I learned, man. One thing I learned. A lot of time when you pay for quicker shipping, you don't get it on time. And they aren't gonna give you any refund whatsoever, any deduction or reduction. So usually it's best to pay for the slower shipping method. I'm saying this because most of the many, if not most of the books that I bought, came from overseas, many from America. So a lot of time I had to cough a fair bit for the shipping. Now, what's my password on this thing? I hope I'm not. Am I sharing? Oh, okay. So. Yes, save. What do you mean new address? On the new address, it should be on the system already. My account. My account. Account information. Never mind. Proceed to checkout. Save my default address. Ship to this address. Payment method. Security code. Now place order. Confirm order information. Estimated delivery date. But I guess I can share this this page because my address doesn't show. Share this page. Gotta be careful, man. I don't see my address showing. So you can see it larger. Firm order information, confirmation receipt for sales order, blah, blah, blah. Got my email address, everybody know that. That's a library. That's a total price, $258.66. It's a little bit less in euros. It's volume 1 to 3 of that book. And yeah. So I appreciate that. Now if I go to my emails, of course. Well, I haven't received it yet, but it's gonna come. I actually received one that says, welcome to AB Books. Maybe it's because I purchased on abbooks.fr, which is like the French version. But here's abbooks.com. And, it's the same company. It's like Amazon. Now, Danny Williams wrote, I'm the first I get to borrow it. Well, it's going to be a bit complicated to borrow it, like, for me to send it to America. But anything you need on that book, man, I got a visualizer, you know what I'm saying? Or I can take pictures, man, so it's all good. He also has the pictures of the actual papyrus itself, but then that's hieratic. So I don't think there's any of us that's familiar with the hieratic. What I want is the hieroglyphic transcript, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know if I said that it's in French, but I can always translate, you know what I'm saying? But that particular passage that's quoted in Wikipedia, that's what I want to go over and translate to the best of my abilities, with the dictionaries that I have. It shouldn't be too difficult, as long as we have the hieroglyphic transcript. If the hieroglyphic transcript is not there, there is that other PDF. It's in German. I have the hieroglyphic transcript, so maybe I'll be able to, find the actual part, the actual passage. But I expect that the hieroglyphic transcript is there. It will be a disappointment if it's not the case. Now, Europe regular mail is the same time. Your X is in the place to be short. Yo, got to catch the playback. Well, that will be maybe more for people who are really into Kemet. But people wonder about slavery. Yeah, that paper from that scholar, man, it's quite thorough scholarship. A lot of quotations, a lot of authors, a lot of oath authors, a lot of artifacts, the references, and plus there's also a bibliography at the end, for those who want to take it further. So very informative, people who could just become free, become part of the family, When we see roots, even though it is plagiarized from the book called The African by Colander, if I'm not mistaken, it's called Colander. We don't have no, oh, Kunta, you're part of the family now, So how long is it before Neo X goes live? Like 37 minutes. Well, you know what? Hey, let me open the lines, and then when Neo X goes live, then we're gonna shift over there. I'll probably not watch the whole stream because on my end, see, it's 23 past midnight. But of course, I will catch the rest. So here's a chat. If you want to say what's up, if you have a question, we'll have half an hour before the Sister Neo X goes live. Can't wait to receive the book, man. New copyright matches found. Review videos that may be used in your content. I ain't tripping off that. They're just letting you know. Oh, it's the video White Egypt debunked. All right. That's V Bennett's view. Oh, here's New X. How you doing, sister?
Hey, bro, this is comical, bro. I had to switch my time. I'm actually gonna do my valuation about that debate. Did you get a chance to watch it with the DMG versus nobody? Did you watch that debate?
No, I
Nah.
don't even know DMG.
Oh, you don't. Oh, okay, you're not familiar. Well, I'm gonna send you the link so you can watch the debate. But there was a debate called "Is Sinetta and the HOK good for the Black community?" And my big bro DMG was supporting Sinetta. He agrees that Sinetta is good for the for the Black community, and nobody one of DMG friends is in disagreement. But I think you really should check that debate out, because I think nobody like whooped his ass. And DMG, my big brother, like we close friends. We're friends for real in real life. But yeah, you got to check that out, because you should see Sinetta trying to defend himself. And I don't know, you just got to check it. But I seen the link. But I'm doing that evaluation tomorrow. Today, I decided to do that video about how he gaslight Moses. The dude, he clearly, like, the dude telling you what he said, and you instead of telling him what people reported back, but he's telling you what he said, So for some reason though, Sinetta told his audience that me and you his ops. So I said, I ain't his damn ops, bro, but I'm gonna break that shit down too, what that op stuff really mean. These niggas always trying to grab street terminology when they be old and not in touch with the youth and shit. Like, I'm not your ops. You don't want to choose me as an enemy. I'm gonna make you regret it for real.
But
So
sister Alex, did you see that video where Sa went at his homies, Garfield, Zaya, Konat, Shaka Amos? You didn't see that one?
yeah, I kind of when I was trying to catch up with your live at work, I was peeped at it a little bit. It's like they deep face these people.
Yeah. Some people say that it's Lex Voltex who did it, but Sinetta played it. He played it at the beginning of his stream. So I suspect, some people received some appointments. They were summoned or interrogated, and now he's hot, and they don't want to be associated with him. Go ahead, sister.
But if Vortex made that for him, this show you how weird Sinetta is, because him and Sinetta be back and forth falling out, and Vortex actually shut down a whole event. Sinetta had a whole ceremony that he was supposed to host, and he lost a lot of money and all that shit because Vortex called and had his shit shut down. Like, why is they cool? You see how weird when I say these niggas are unstable and they weird.
Yeah. But I'm not making the affirmation. It's just like, some person in the chat was saying, "Oh, it's Les Voltex who did that." Apparently, he's used to do stuff like that. So I'm just saying what people said. I don't know who did it, but some people said that he was him. But what's for sure, Sinetta had it played on his stream. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even to Zayak, he had to Zayak saying, "I'm going to stop hating Africans." But he was defending to Zayak's anti-African statement not long ago. I think he's hot. The black is hot now. And he realized that, people don't want to be associated with him, rightfully so. I mean, there's a criminal trial coming up soon. And, he opened his mouth saying, he got video and all that. So they may want to ask him some questions, but we're going to see. I may be wrong.
No, you might be on to something. Like, if it happens, it's kind of obvious,
Yeah, it will be obvious.
Yeah, it's kind of obvious for those who kind of just can see what's going down. But if you, like you said, if he gets subpoena and all that stuff, the truth eventually come out. So, we shall see. But that Vortex dude, I don't know. He just always hot and cold with Sinetta. So I don't take him serious. But I don't watch Sa's show. So I didn't hear about the deep face thing until you played it on your show. And then, that thing with the Moses, I ain't find that out until, I got the information, because I don't watch him. I really don't watch him. Yeah. But I just wanted he did that same gaslighting thing. Instead of telling his audience that me and you are calling him a pedophile. You know what I'm saying? Instead of doing that.
This NQ said that.
He keeps saying that we said it. And then he keeps saying that we are telling people that they support pedophiles. And I'm like, bro, at the end of the day,
He's on tape, defending York.
yeah, that's why I was telling him, like, you can't get mad because somebody playing back your words, bro. But don't be trying to send that dog whistle, because what he does, he gets them riled up, and then they come over here and attack. Because you seen how they was attacking Moses with the Revolution X. We could barely understand what the fuck he was saying, but he was so emotional about it. They even called the dude Judas, and the man was not. He was actually defending Sarnetta, but they couldn't catch that he was saying, I was actually speaking up for you, Sarnetta. But whoever reported back, just because he appeared on my panel, he's taking sides. You see how they can't even listen and judge righteously because they so fucking sick in the head, bro. But I'm gonna do my show about it today. I'm gonna call some of that shit out. But I also wanted to click on the link to tell you, bro, Chris Harris don't got caught checking out my social media, bro. That shit had me rolling because his number is not saved in my phone. And I never look Chris up on Facebook because I know that's how Facebook will send a suggestion saying that, somebody you may know. So Chris, the guy caught, bro, he lurking. I remember I told you they keep threatening me to gather information and release stuff. And I be telling them, like, bro, if it's on social media, it's not a secret. Like, I'm not hiding shit. But he just got caught lurking. Like, how you get around that? Because we have no mutual friends. That's why I put the picture up, the screenshot, to show people that me and this nigga have not one. We don't have one mutual friend between us. You search me, you're looking me up, and when you the second person that come up on people you may know, that means you're looking at my profile, bro. You trying to gather information for Saw, bro. You a snake, clown. Instead of him spending that much energy trying to find out what I'm doing on my social media, why he won't spend that energy trying to get his money from Saw, Shaka? Why he won't go try to go be a man to go collect your coins? You provided a service, you completed your job. Why don't you spend that time trying to get this man to pay you instead of going on my social media trying to figure out what the fuck I do in my bedroom? Because I already know why they there. They are trying to find out what I do,
That's just
Maybe Filthy Frankie said, well, last time you left, so I lost money, so I got to recoup. I don't know, man. What's up, Young K? How you doing, brother?
Yeah, what's going on, man? I'm happy Neo finna do a show on it because I saw a clip of it yesterday and I couldn't believe, you know what I'm saying? Moses could have left, but he got character and he trying to prove, you know what I'm saying? He mutual with the situation, but if it was me, I would have just go about my business because he knows Sarnetta full of it, and he telling Sarnetta in his face that he already told him all these things about him being what do you call that when you say infiltrate by the government and whatever? What do you call that? COINTELPRO.
Investigation?
Yeah,
COINTELPRO?
Yeah. So
Moses told that to Sir?
Yes, he been said that. That's why I don't understand why Sarnetta acting brand new, bro.
Yeah, and he said it again last night. And man, these people just some simps, bro. This, like Neo said, man, he's an embarrassment. They be making people from the islands look bad. I think he not from the Virgin Islands, but one of the Caribbeans. I don't know if it's Dominica, Antigua, whatever. And you couldn't even understand what he was saying because this guy, like, bro, yeah, he acting like he's a dodo and people all over the world don't have books and internet and all of that stuff to learn just like everybody else. He talking about what Sarnetta do so wrong. You ain't been seeing the videos. You ain't been seeing what Sarnetta call people and disrespect people and cause feud. He even called people name when he was on the show. He don't never have none to say about it. All of them do that. Sarnetta will curse everybody, disrespect them, they be mute. But when somebody else do it or come on the show, they always want to give their opinion. And the guy crying. I'm like, bro, they kissing ass, huh?
Who was crying?
Revolutionary.
Ain't nothing about him revolutionary. You know what I'm saying? So he needs to change
his name.
What do you mean he was crying? Like
he was literally crying, saying, "What did Sarnetta do so wrong? You went over there, you got caught, you were Judas." Like he was so emotionally invested. and to
He's
what
literally
Moses,
crying.
yes,
Tears
he
coming
really
out.
No, not tears.
no, like we like crying, like complain the way
Oh,
he was pleading.
okay, complaining.
You know,
Okay, okay,
his
gotcha.
camera quality was too fucked up, so we
Oh,
can't. I
okay.
can't tell if he actually had a tear. It was already hard enough to understand what he was saying. But when I
Yeah,
had to keep going back and I had to keep rewinding to listen to what he's saying, I was like, bro, you didn't even hear what the man said on the show. You just automatically believe in what Sinetta saying, even though Sinetta got a history of lying and dog whistling.
and
He
he
got
knows
the
that.
worst researchers in the fucking world. They're terrible at their job. This man clearly told you, and even when you think you had him, you read one of the screenshots, and it's exactly what the fuck he said. He said to you in your face. You know, like they just full of shit. They just wanted to get on his ass, like how they
They
got
get
on
to the
Tory
point.
for hitting that link, not hitting the link, but for coming over there. That's what he's really mad about. He's not mad about what he so-called said. He mad because Moses support the channel. And the
Yep.
reason why Moses support the channel is because the first time I came across Moses on Sinetta's show, Sister Nepal literally called the man crazy and that he need to get help and he needs, like, she's some kind of psychologist or something, because he started talking about the history of the Nephilim and the Nazarenes and all that shit in the Bible, stuff that they're not familiar with. He was trying to teach them a Bible in a different perspective. So they called the man crazy to dismiss him because they didn't understand. But I understood because I'm familiar with those teachings. So I backed him up to saying, hey, don't call him crazy because y'all are not familiar with what he's saying. These are actually teachings and doctrines people teach based off the Bible. He's not crazy. Y'all just don't understand. So that's why he always came and supported me, because I backed him up when they called his ass crazy.
We'll see soon, man. For those who don't know, June 22nd, pre-trial. July 3rd, trial. And maybe some people started singing. Maybe some people started snitching already. Because, you know, for Filthy Frankie to just blast his homies, there's a reason.
Hey, Shaka, in this debate that I told you my boy DMG did on his platform, they claim that Sinetta never called himself Filthy Frankie. That's how I got the name. I never heard nobody say that.
I
He
gotta see that
said,
debate. Yeah, I want to
yeah,
see that
he
debate.
said, like, I'm like, bro, I heard Sinetta call himself Filthy Frankie out his own mouth. Like, he tried to use it as a flex, like when he was cursing and
Yeah,
going off and saying
yeah.
fucked up shit. He tried to use it. Yeah, they call me Filthy Frank, so I'm finna get filth. Like, he tried to use it as a flex, but he didn't realize that shit made you look worse.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If they calling you Filthy Frankie, bro, that shit is not a flex. That ain't no name to be proud of, dog.
Yeah.
So that's why I said that's how I never heard nobody else call him Filthy Frankie except for out his own fucking mouth. But they tried to even lie about that, said nobody called him that. And I was like, bro, y'all just be up here. I love my bro DMG, but I ain't gonna never understand why he took that position. But hey,
Cicely X, that DMG stuff you're telling me about, is it the same live stream where Moses was on?
I don't know. I didn't watch it. I only went fast forward to where Moses appeared. So I don't know.
Nah, I don't think so. That's a debate, GMG and nobody or something. That was
Yeah,
on Sanetta?
no, the DMG versus nobody, that was on DMG's channel.
Okay.
So
Okay. Now,
yeah,
Cicely X, did you see when Young Hill went on Q Butter's channel, Sada got on, shouting, getting crazy? Then I went there.
Yeah,
And once
he's
again, Sanetta
stalking me
got
now.
on. Yeah, he's talking. Young Hair was chilling. He was there for like half an hour, if not more. And Sai got on, man, that guy's a fake. Crying
Yeah,
like
I
a
made him
sucker.
look stupid again.
You didn't see that one, UX, did you?
nah, I don't even watch Q Butter because he a homophobe, bro. Like he too
Yeah.
opening with it. Like I said, if you don't condone it, if you have a problem with it, you can do it in a classy, tasteful, and respectful way. You can just say, look, I don't support it. And you can give your reasons regardless if it's your religion or whatever. But him, like Q Butter, is just too hateful with it. So I don't watch nothing he say at all, But nah, I ain't heard about that. And I'm telling you, Shaka, I don't follow these niggas. Like that's why Sonnet act like he spoke, like he introduced us. Only person I follow on his show, it was Chris until we fell out, and Jabari. The rest of them niggas I don't subscribe to, and DMG. But other than that, I don't listen to nobody else that come on Shaw's show.
Yeah. Well, I went there, and Cuba, he let me speak. He did let me speak, but Sai wouldn't let me speak first. Before Sai was one of Sai's groupie. You know what I'm saying? I think he's in LA and all that, so we were cursing each other out. He cursed my mother. I said, I ain't gonna curse your mother. I don't get down like that. So I later got on, he said, F your daughter, F your mother. I said, yeah, I ain't gonna curse your family. I ain't like that, you know what I'm saying? But I did curse him out though. And so it's to the point where we can't even, just go on another panel and talk, you know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, it was a bit funny, that dude, this shit. And he said, oh, they're saying that I'm a pedophile. I said, Enki said that. It's Enki who said that, you know what I'm saying? And then he said, oh, they're trying to say that Nepal was into something. I said, hey, we're asking about the nanny? So I don't know why it gets crazy like that, you know what I'm saying? But hey, it's all good, man.
Why he worrying about what they trying to say about Nepal? I got that information, and like I said, I'm not gonna say it from Sister Freedom. So if you mad because you know that
so Frankie, I see some freedom.
yeah, Sister Freedom. Why she going around? If it's a lie, if that's not true, what happened with Nepal? You need to ask Sister Freedom why she going around telling me that. Telling other people that, because I had no clue about this lady. I don't know shit about Nepal. But yeah, you see how they never can see their sins, bro. Like, I'm dealing with some like psychos, sick, and that's why I'm glad my appeal finally went through for that strike that Dulcinea did, because I'm finna see. Yeah, they finally. I don't know if I told. Yeah, they finally gave it to me, because I told them, like, when I finally kept trying to figure out, like, why would they even strike me in the first place? Because it's clearly obvious that it's fair use. She put that I was cyberbullying her. Yeah. So then I had to put that. I kept telling YouTube to go view her video, and you can see the cyberbullying started with her, and I'm just responding. So they finally gave me my appeal. So like you said, we got to wait them 10 days, and I'm finna see if he's gonna pay the legal actions, because I already told you to. I'm prepared to take this to court. Like, I'm not worried about this.
I don't think she will, man, because you should be wasting no money.
But I also told YouTube, if she strike my channel again, tell me some copyright, that y'all got a zero tolerance. Y'all say y'all got a zero. So if somebody get caught doing that, you supposed to take their page. So, because I said she damn sure falsely used. She told them people I cyber bullied her. Didn't tell them nothing. Didn't tell them that she did a whole video about me, that she popped up on Sinetta's show, did a whole talking shit, called me a fraud. I ain't telling them people none of that. Just said I'm just picking on poor little Dulcinea for no reason. Like, fucking weirdo.
Size like that, he's playing the victim. He's cursing people's mothers, family members, and then he's playing the victim, man,
Yeah, he's beefing. He's trying to beef with your damn daughter, 3 years old. Yeah. Instead of trying to beef with her, like, instead of breaking her up.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And you like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but even though I don't watch every show of yours, but have you ever said anything about his kids?
No, not
that's what I'm saying.
Members. None of his family members.
So why he keep bringing your daughter up? Like, you beefing with a 3-year-old, and I'm still uncomfortable about that statement you made about that baby straddling her damn father. Like, I don't care what none of that. If he want to call me out on that, call me out, but then play the video of what you said to prove to people that I'm not lying. I'm lying.
I think he wishes that I will also talk about his family member, so he can say, well, he says something about my family. You're a childish sucker move, you know what I'm saying? But hey.
Don't stoop down that low. No grown ass man gonna attack no children.
I'm not used to that.
Yeah, me neither. Real men don't never do them kind of thing just because they're having a dispute with another man.
That's what I say. He a weak ass, bro. He's fucking narcissist weak. Now he telling people I'm his ops. Like, you trying to dog whistle, bro, so these people can come over here and attack me. I ain't your fucking ops, but if you want to go there, if you want to choose me as an enemy, just like I told Dulcinea, I'm gonna make you regret it. I'm not your enemy. I just don't fuck with you. That's period. I'm not your enemy though. I don't be going behind the scenes sending Chris Harris to gather information so they can dox and all that stuff. Like, we already know your dad gonna run the background. I already told people about my criminal charges. I ain't worried about that. And everybody know it's obvious what I do for is my lifestyle. So y'all the one looking stupid trying to call yourself exposing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a secret. I have like 3 social medias, TikTok, Instagram. Like, my lifestyle is plastered all over there. So you're not exposing anything. You're just showing how pressed y'all is, and that you ain't got shit else on me but some homophobic rants. That's all you got. So fuck all them niggas. Like, when I say fuck them, fuck them. But when I tell you, I bust out laughing when I seen that shit on my Facebook. I said, this nigga lurking. He lurking. But I bet you won't go collect that money though. You still won't get that money from Saw.
Now, David David has written, hold on, sister. I'm sorry, hold on. Sister Freedom said she was being inappropriate with children. So he's asking.
Look, I don't know, bro. I'm not getting into that. Leave me alone. I'm saying what Shaka just said. That if Sinetta wants to get upset about whatever people are saying about Nepal, he needs to check Sister Freedom. Because the statement that I refuse to say is because, I heard from Sister Freedom. And the reason why I won't say anything about it is because Nepal has children. That's why. And then it's an alleged, I can't prove that what she's saying about Nepal is true or whatever. But just know I got the information from Sister Freedom.
Yeah.
Like I told them, I'll pay the $200 and for myself and for the lie detector test, since they believe in that shit so much. That's the reason why the IUSPK, whatever they name, that's the reason why they believe that the dude in they group who got charged with rape and molestation, the reason why they believe him, because he beat a lie detector test. So I told him I'll take a lie detector test, and everything I said questioned me. Sister Freedom gave me some dirt apparently about Nepal that I wish I never knew. But if it's true, that's fucked up. But for the sake of her children, I'm not repeating that shit.
No, David, it's clear. It's clear. I mean, what the sister says is clear. She heard it from Sister Freedom, But somebody was saying in the chat that there's a newspaper article, some article about that, says so. Somebody knows, feel free to share it. You know what I'm saying? It's an allegation at this point. It doesn't come from me. You know what I'm saying? But I guess we find out. Some serious, trial coming up. So
yeah, David, I'm not tiptoeing. I'm just the type of person. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, bro, I have a form of integrity. I do the right thing without somebody have to tell me to do the right thing. And for the sake of her kids, I'm not finna say that out. If somebody else wanna say that, then that's them. I'm not judging them. But for me personally, I don't want her kids to hear me say some shit like that, especially if the shit is false.
Yeah, I understand. But ask questions, brother and sister. Hey, you ever heard, sometimes like that? Yeah, you didn't know he's the article. Oh, you didn't know he's the court summary. Oh, he's a court transcript. Oh, he's a family member of the victim. If that is true, sometimes, you never know. You never know. News travel fast, as people say.
Well, if somebody can find that article, I'll be happily take a look and glance at it if there's an article. So, but as far as I know, I didn't get a receipt on it. Nobody emailed me about a receipt. But if somebody got the receipt, I'll review it and then I'll tell you what she said. But until then, I wouldn't even tell you what she said. I'll just read what the article say. But for the sake of that lady kids, I'm not saying that shit. Because it's more to it than just allegate. It's a lot that she said.
Well, hey, maybe one day we'll find out. Maybe she'll fall out with them. Maybe Filthy Frankie is gonna put the lady on timeout and can say, "Oh, it's like that, then then F it then." You know what I'm saying? Blah 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 blah.
David, I'm only gonna explain this shit one more time. If I had
He's just teasing you, sister. He's just teasing
I'm gonna say, if I had proof that she, okay, trust me, because if I had proof that she did this, I would be the first one open up my mouth and expose her ass. But being that this is something that I cannot prove, and Sister Freedom told me this, like I said, it's not like it came from a reliable source.
Yeah.
Came from Sister Freedom. And trust me, if I had proof, then I would have no choice but to speak out, because I've been advocating against sexual assault against women and children for years. So, but if I had proof, brother, I ain't scared of them. I would come out and just say it.
Yeah, we have to be careful. We have to be careful because this one is it's an allegation. It's an accusation. It doesn't come from us. You know what I'm saying? We benefit Neo X. Can we pay you for the information? Well, it sounds to me like Neo X ain't gonna talk about it publicly, but I don't know if privately she wants to talk about that. You know what I'm
There is
saying? But
nothing to talk about. She
you know,
don't have no proof, and like she said.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you know,
Anyway,
yeah.
yeah, there's no need to be putting out allegations there, and you know how they like to attack people and say slander. So that's the last thing you want to do, and have some kind of respect about yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like people need to stop with these. It's getting out of control. You know what I'm saying? But
Ain't it though? But now,
yeah,
Bennett, like for some, I don't sell my soul for money, bro. I don't have a price
Yeah,
on my reputation like
he said it was a
Sinetta.
joke. He said it was a joke.
Yeah, I know, but he know I ain't got no, 'cause just like we know Sinetta, there's a price on his reputation. We know $400. He'll ignore you after you. Did he say 400? The Inky pay him 400 or something?
yep.
We know, yeah, we know for $400 you can call Sinetta a pedophile every day, but if you pay him $400, he'll let
He
you come on
forgive
his
you.
show. Yeah, and promote your bullshit and your scamming and shit. We know that he got a price. His price is $400. So, and out of all this shit that me and Shaka been exposing, if I can take my $400 and get my exposure back on his show, even though he invited me. This the stupid shit, Jay Haru. After all that shit he said about me on the live, the day before, I got a screenshot of him telling me to come back to his show. You know what I'm saying? Walking me back, telling me to come back. But if I'm so
Jay
such a
Hero?
no,
Hero.
Oh, okay.
Young Hero, my bad. I'm sorry, I be getting
Okay.
y'all too mixed up sometimes. My bad.
Yeah,
Young
you
Hero.
good.
But there's a screenshot of him walking me back, telling me to come back to the House of Consciousness. But you telling your people I called you a pedophile, that I'm your op, and I'm so this and I'm so that. Then why are you trying to welcome me back, bro? If you got proof that I called you a pedophile, then sue me. Sue me. That is slander, especially if I can't prove it. Sue me. Where's the
You know,
receipt? Just play one video of me saying the shit.
he knows that's Enki, and Enki obviously has some stuff on him, because he ain't got no smoke for Enki. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, we'll find out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, damn, it's June 6th already, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's like in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, man. Pre-trial, man. Maybe, hey, man, we're gonna find out so much stuff, man. 4 years ago, the attorney, Aikisha Shabazz, she already made a video say, if you have been scammed by Polite, contact me. So when it comes to the scamming, it's probably a folder that's like so large that I cannot even show it like that with my arms. Like, it's probably huge. So Al Capone, they didn't get him for the alcohol during the Prohibition. They didn't get him for the murders, the Valentine's Day massacre. They got him for tax evasion, man. The same. And here we're not dealing with tax alone. The main charge is the sexual abuse of a 14-year-old girl. But then, they may be interested in all the stuff. But go ahead, New X. You wanted to speak, feel free.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this one thing that I gotta go because my show gonna start in like 10 minutes. But also I got a clip of Sinetta saying that he knew Polite was a scammer. Like I don't know if he misspoke or he don't realize what he said. He said, when I found out that Polite was a scammer, I stopped letting him promote his products and stuff on my show. Like, so you admitting.
I played him saying that he was scammed by Polite. He
Oh,
said that he was scammed for like thousands of dollars, and he said, then Polite offered to give him $10,000, and he said, let's tell the people it's a donation. And Sinetta said, well, I don't give a F as long as the money's in my pocket. Sinetta literally said live on air that Polite scammed him. Sinetta was scammed by Polite. So what you're saying doesn't surprise me at all. We heard that.
Yeah, and see how I don't even know a lot of this stuff. I don't even know. That's why I was telling him, like, I'm judging you off of my.
Uncle Shugi has all those tapes, but I've been playing them. Ching Ching as well been telling me the timestamps of different videos. Yeah, it's all over. Yeah,
because it's not on his page because he stayed deleting shit.
No, on his page, no, he deleted
yeah,
that, but
he stayed.
other people got that, So.
Yeah, he deletes shit real quick.
He was in beef with, got some receipts on him, even if he delete them.
But okay, because I was like, damn, he just said when I found out the
Yeah.
Polite was a scammer, and I'm like, bro, why is you friends with? You just admitted that the nigga is a scammer. Then you started giving him exposure to the people so he could scam more people, or is you just mad because he wouldn't bring you along with the scam? Like maybe he realized you ain't smart enough to go through this like this dude going to Hollywood now. Now he got to scam the big dogs. So he needs somebody who know what the fuck they doing. Maybe he felt like he couldn't take you with him with that damn scamming shit, bro. Like,
I,
but
I heard that. I don't know if it's true, but some people say that Method World Peace was scammed by Polite, because when he got on the Breakfast Club, he was with that dude Method World Peace. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I don't know if it's
yeah,
true. That's what I heard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I heard
yeah,
that too.
I hope he didn't scam Mayweather.
yeah. Mayweather team will fuck his ass up. So everybody know Mayweather team is not to be played with.
Yeah, but I think they want to avoid trouble. If that's the case, they will go the legal route. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be known for scamming the wealthiest athlete in the world. You know what I'm saying? But
Or real shot callers. Like Mayweather team ain't no regular nigga. You get what I'm saying? Like Mayweather got some people around him, bro. Like he ain't my favorite boxer of all time, but he damn sure one of my favorite businessmen of all time. So Mayweather's that man, bro. But anyway, let me go ahead and take off. Like I said, this shit is just hilarious. Not Sonnet is clearly a fucking narcissist. And you see, he keeps going after anybody who comes on and show me just a slight support or some type of love. Because Moses was clearly mutual. You feel what I'm saying? Like I even had to block Moses when he made a ignorant comment saying that gay people are all pedophiles. He said something like that. I might be misquoting him, but he made a comment that was ignorant, saying that gay people is the reason why pedophiles exist. And we had to correct him by saying, bro, pedophilia come in all shapes and sizes, heterosexual, homosexual, women, men, black, white. There's no particular brand of pedophile. They just people general who are sick. So I remember I had to block Moses because he did say something out of pocket. And then after a few days, I unblocked him once he, got off that shit. So clearly the man was being mutual, but Sinetta couldn't see that. He was just so messed up about him supporting me, period. Showing me some love. But the reason why the man showing me some love is because I supported him when he was on your show when y'all was attacking him. And I didn't even know the man. I just don't like bullies. So, but all right, though, I'm out. And I see you put my video in your chat. Thanks for showing the link, bro. You hilarious.
no problem. Yeah, basically 4 minutes. 4 minutes, the live stream is gonna start. So I'll wait till you start, then I end mine, and we can move to you.
You good? So, all right, let me go ahead and get prepared. I'll see you later.
All right, see you. Yeah, see you. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, thank you. Storm sent me something. Imhotep University TV also. And I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying. And when I receive the books, gladly show them, go through the book and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Just like, I was very happy and proud when people sent me some money for the museum trip and I was filming myself, around the way, the mountains, stuff like that, and just filming myself in front of the museum saying, that I deliver for real, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, you look out for me, I look out for you. It's nice, man. I do appreciate that, Young Harold sent a little some, Big Bennett, you know what I'm saying? And maybe other people also after the live stream will send a little something, and that's what's up. You know what I'm saying? The next big thing is going to be the brand new museum in Egypt, which will be the largest museum in the world.
You go in Egypt?
Well, I don't know when. I don't even know when the museums will open. They don't have any opening date yet. But the museum is about complete. It's just like it's not complete 100%. It's like 98% complete already. So they haven't announced yet any opening date, but yeah, I see what's up. But I want to know if we're allowed to film though, because if we can just take pictures, I'm not in a rush.
Right.
So if we can film, then hey, yeah, I'd be happy. I mean, I would like to go for the opening, but if I don't know if we can take video footage, it's gonna be too much of a risk,
Yeah.
I'll be dang. Just pay to get there, and then I found out we cannot film. I mean, the pictures is cool, but it's better to be able to film. You know what I'm saying? I see what's up. But that's we don't have a date for that. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up, man. Yeah, we're gonna shift to New X when she starts. I'm waiting for it to start, and
Yeah,
then
I'm
we're
gonna
gonna
see
go
what's
over there.
going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he stopped the whole show, Shaka. He stopped the whole show when Moses come on, and it was about some alkaline clown dude, and yeah, man, like
But that do you
like
think
10,
do you think
15,
that's
20
do you
minutes.
think that's kinetic energy, or is it a different dude?
Oh, alkaline,
Yeah, because kinetic energy,
the
you
light
know,
skinned dude.
well, it's
I
not
don't
light skin,
know. It might be a different guy.
it's white dude. Yeah, probably. Because I saw him once. He came on the panel, but the
He,
camera was like a bit far away,
he be
distance away.
doing
But
them
yeah, go ahead.
alkaline foods and all of that other stuff.
All right.
Yeah. But yeah, man, he like it just sidetracked him, he been in his feelings. So he had to stop the show for like 15 minutes. I'm
To
like,
give to do the lesson, a moral
yeah,
lesson. Same dude who talks about children spreading their legs and saying F your mother, F your children, and now he
yep,
has more lessons to give. Okay.
yep.
All
That's
right.
the thing. He just try to act like they innocent.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. All right,
He
man.
has no more
Anyway,
lessons when he goes against his homies though.
yeah.
You know. I wonder what's up with Garfield, man.
Yeah.
I haven't heard Garfield. Garfield used to be like, "Yeah, I want all the smoke. I want all the smoke." And you don't want to smoke now?
I don't know what's going on, but something's up.
Yeah, well, I don't see them live streaming now. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't see anybody that that's important now on Scam Cheddar's panel.
Nope.
Looks like he's doing a recruitment drive. Looking for new talent.
Yeah. You check it out.
He's on some
Yeah, that's
American
what's
Idol
going
type
on.
of vibe.
That's what's going on.
It's only the butler. The butler Reggie is still
Oh
down with
yeah,
him.
he's always there to carry his bags, you know that. So you could get a lunch, get some food.
He can get some lunch money by carrying size bag.
Yeah.
I carry size bag. My goodness. Oh yeah. Them
Anyway.
idiots are dumb. It's way too late to distance themselves from crime online after all this stuff. Well, it's a reflex. You know what I'm saying? You find out black is hot. You know what I'm saying? Even if you were associated with the dudes at one point, you still want to be away. You don't want to be, So then they're gonna prepare their freestyle. If they happen to be in court, they say, I just happen to know him like that. I didn't know him like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
He just knows my baby mama. That's all.
He just been in my house a few times.
Yeah, a few times. That's all. Slept in my house a few times. I slept in his house a few times. We broke bread. I had drink. Went to the McDonald's with Enki. He got the veggie burger. It's gonna be funny, man.
Yeah, they funny, man.
No, it's gonna be amusing, man.
Uh-huh.
They waited to the last month. Yeah, they waited the last, but hey, they probably thought it was a joke. They probably thought that it's only polite. There's gonna be some situation, man. Zion X is there. Yeah, I got. Hey, see my phone. When you argued with Woof Woof, I got it. I recorded it. They may want to ask you what was it about. What did it say? What did they argue about? Was it jealousy? He cheat on her? How old was the girl? Who was the girl?
We'll see.
Yeah, I will see. Let me see if New X has started.
Uh-huh.
Not yet. It says waiting for New X.
Oh.
Oh yeah, stay tuned, brothers and sisters. June 22nd, pre-trial. You may hear, okay, plea deal. Your Honor, would like to make a plea deal. You know what I'm saying? That's some important information that may be of interest for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Gonna help you solve some unsolved crimes, some transactions. You know what I'm saying? People is asking, has Zion Lex been online? Well, good question. Let me put Zion Lex. Zion Lex. Yeah. videos 2 days ago, 5 days ago. That's videos. What about live streaming? Live streaming is 4 months ago. He knows better. Look at Design Lex TV. You see, he has a few videos, yes. But live, 4 months ago, man. He knows better. He knows better. Oh, Enki. Dang.
What happened to Inky? He talking
Well,
about
he
him?
had Enki. He had Enki 9 months ago, so they know each other. All right. Well, but Enki, I
Oh,
think he's from Brooklyn, and Zion Lex, I think he's from Brooklyn as well. So you know. But yeah, yeah, he knows what's up. You know, 4 months. You know, lay low, wait for the trial, then you talk, then you chill. Anything you say can be turned against you, man.
yep. That's a fact.
Gonna be signed, man. Gonna be signed, man. Dang. It's gonna be something, man. It will. So I was turning against his friends. Why? I wonder why. What could it be? They're not picking up the phone. They're not answering emails.
Yep.
You may have seen some of them in the street. They were just like act like they didn't see him. Like, hey, what's up? Man? What's up? What's up? Garfield, what's up? Zayak, what's up? Kunat, what's up? They're acting like they're on the phone. It's like, oh, it's like that. All right, F y'all then.
Yeah. He talk us.
My goodness. Man, this ain't no YouTube beef, man. This is a trial, man. Criminal trial, man.
Yep.
You're on tape saying you ran off with a 14-year-old girl. He scammed you. He robbed from women and children. Then you try to get him on your panel. Then you're on tape defending Malachi York. Oh my goodness. So nobody know nobody now. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was just an online buddy. You know what I'm saying? And Butler Reggie, there's a video. I came across that video today, man. General Yohana, the leader of ISUPK. I don't know how you spell it. Saying that Dr. Ben is an agent.
Who?
The leader of the ISUPK.
He said Dr. Bennett was an agent?
Yeah, and guess whose channel it is? The House of Consciousness. And Butler Reggie's been defending the ISUPK like a punk sucker, and he claims to be a student of Dr. Ben. When ISUPK had that fight or altercation with the IUIC, Punk Butler Reggie was defending ISUPK. Like he was some sort of lawyer or something. Oh. I saw it just today. No? Oh. That's how you write it. Dr. Ben, agent. There it is. Let me just show it. People know I'm not making it up. Look at this. 6 years ago. And see that brother, Herman Small? We haven't seen him close to side. I don't know what happened. I hope he's in good health. General Yohana accused Dr. Ben of being an FBI agent. And then we are closer to white people than Africans. Did they ask him for the paperwork about Dr. Ben being an agent?
This shit is sick, man. Yep. That's not gossip.
So if we talk about woof woof, then it's just fair game. We don't have a paperwork. They don't have any paperwork, do they?
Yep, exactly. We could call him anything we want to. These people are just full of it, man. Shaka. All of them.
Stone wrote, all these crooks and clowns know each other. Who do you think they taking stabs at? But it sounds like they watch your channel a lot. But I don't know what you're talking about. Who's taking stabs at? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Now, Sister New X hasn't started yet. Not yet, so shouldn't be any. Should be really soon. It's been said the whole Black History section was a government setup, except all the foolishness. I mean, those guys, man, you know, they are defending a guy who was found guilty of molesting a child. So, you know, the child was so young, they don't even want to say the age. That's how young the child was. Man, it's gonna be something, man. Gonna be something.
Yeah.
June 22nd, July 3rd. Oh my goodness. Bro, No Light is not just an online buddy. They have vacation together in Florida and California. They film themselves chilling in other places, man. You know what I'm saying? So some people may want to ask some questions like, you know, hey, what do you know? Where you been? What did you do? You know, how'd you get down? Nature Boy, the same Nature Boy that's Filthy Frankie wanted to have on his channel, he lets his son play with his penis. He let that happen. He said it. So they may ask, and he said, that's how I get down. And they may ask, you know, Filthy Frankie, how do you get down? How did you and Polite used to get down, you know? So how much did he rob you of? Thousands of dollars? You said he robbed from women and children? You mind telling us who? Do you have any paperwork?
Yep. Dr. Yuck, baby Yuck.
Yeah, what did you mean? What did you mean when you said that? What did you know? What did you know then? That was years ago.
But they like to talk about paperwork.
Yeah. You said you have video. Where's the video? Don't tell me the dog ate the video. Don't tell me you deleted it, because if you deleted it, it means you deleted some evidence. You know how much time you could get for that, Frankie? You better start singing now. You spend the rest of your life, you've been Pelican Bay, shoe program, ninja. King Kong ain't got on me. They're gonna.
Yeah.
So I even said it, bro. No Light even finance some of the vacations. Oh, all right, okay. What did you say, young Heru?
No, I was saying he think he Denzel. He think he untouchable.
Oh yeah, it was like, let's see if Jabari, Baba Heru, and Professor Smalls can stop me. All right, maybe it will not be them. Maybe it will be the white man who's gonna stop you. But funny thing is that, you know, most likely it's not gonna be just white people dealing with the law. You know, you have, you know, Asians, black, white, all sorts of background. You know. Dang, man. So Polite finance your vacations? All right. Okay. You didn't have to do anything in return. You was just happy like that and just paid for vacations to you? Just like that for the sake of it?
I guess he will helping him scam.
Yeah, you didn't help him, you sure? Okay. So you knew he scammed, but you still wanted him on your channel again? Okay. Did he give you any hush money? Oh, so many questions can be asked.
Well,
I see the sis.
Oh, lied. He lied on Inky yesterday too, talking about Inky stole Polite computer. He ain't tell the whole story. You feel me? He ain't tell the story when Polite had asked Inky for money, and Inky was asking him back for his money, and he said, if you want to do some business, you could roll with us, whatever. And he was like, yeah. And you remember Inky were waiting for them and they never showed up. He went back to the apartment. They wasn't there. And he's calling them. They ain't picking up the phone. So he said he ain't get his money back. So he took the laptop.
I heard Enki talking about that. I think it was
Sanetta,
Doggy Diamonds.
Yeah, Sanetta ain't tell everything. He lied on him talking about, he's a bomb, acting like he was a bomb, you know? Trying to rob Polite and all kind of shit. So they fake, man. They fake.
Stone Road Side will tell the court he just made up those stories because he was mad at No Light. They're gonna say, "Oh, so you're gossiping? You were slandering then?" Now, NeoX has started her live stream, so let's join us. Let's join her over there. All right. So here's the link, brothers and sisters. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the donations, brothers and sisters. You know, my usual closing remarks is the same. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I stay fast. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you do not think right, you will not act right. If you know better, you will do better. I will not put the outro because we're going to go straight to NeoX live stream and have shared the link right there. So see you in a minute, brothers and sisters. Thank you once again. 282 Hotel.